Good evening. This is the Human Resource Policy and Parent and Community Intergovernmental Committee and Board of School Directors voting meeting that has been combined. Again, for action that needs to be critical based on advertisement indicating that actions may be taken as needed for approval by the board during this COVID-19 pandemic era. I do want to remind those who are participating that we do have speakers. If you have signed up, once we find you on the attendee section, you will be called upon and unmuted and allowed to speak during the time of that agenda area. *6 is for toggle and mute and unmute if you're using a phone. *9 is to raise your hand. We ask that once you have been offered an opportunity to speak by the chair, that you unmute your mic, and then you will have 3 minutes and he will read over the additional information that goes along with speaking. And I will try to display the timer so you can see the time ticking for you. Once you are finished, please mute your mic again. At this point in time, I'll turn it over to Ms. Kincaid for the call to order and the roll call, and then a roll call. Excuse me, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hemingway for call to order, and then he can have Mrs. Kincaid do the roll call.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bennett, and thank everybody for joining us tonight. I call to order the meeting, and we'll go to a roll call.
Okay. Mrs. Deeroff.
Here.
Mrs. Hogan.
Present.
Mrs. Denon.
Here.
Mr. Brophy.
Here.
Ms. Nyman.
Here.
Mrs. McWhirter.
Here.
Mr. Updegrove.
Here.
Mr. Foose.
Here.
And Mr. Hemingway.
I am here.
Okay. All present.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Let's move to Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America,
to the
to the
republic
republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with justice for all.
for all.
Okay, thank you, everybody. That moves us to approval of the June 3rd minutes. Can I have a motion to approve those minutes, please?
Denon moves.
I'll
Second.
I have Miss Denon as a motion, and I'm sorry, but I didn't hear who seconded.
I'll second.
All right, Mr. Updegrove, seconds. Any questions or comments? Okay, I guess we have to go to a roll call vote.
Okay. Mr. Hemingway.
Yes.
Mrs. Deeroff.
Yes.
Mrs. Hogan.
Yes.
Mrs. Denon.
Yes.
Mr. Brophy.
Yes.
Ms. Nyman.
Yes.
Mrs. McWhirter.
Yes.
Mr. Updegrove.
Yes.
And Mr. Foose.
Yes.
All agree.
Okay, great, thank you. That brings us to public comment. I do believe we do have some signed up for public comment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, let me find their names, and then I need to find them on the panel. Trying to find that email from Ms. Kincaid. And there it is. The first person listed is David Windsor. And I'm looking to see.
Dr. Benton, this indicated that Mr. Windsor had emailed us and also provided a written statement. I wasn't sure if he actually wanted to speak this evening, so he may.
Yes, I was checking to make sure that if you did not show up, that I didn't want to overlook him. And he's not here. That statement can be submitted for the record and publicized in the public comment section, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, is that a statement that we would read or just publicize it? Because I don't have access to that comment.
Mr. President, I did not, as Lucy said, get any verification whether he was going to come or whether he still wanted it read. That has not been the normal case to my knowledge, but it's up to the board, of course.
Well, it's unfortunate that he's not, I feel it's unfortunate he's not willing to read a statement, so I think we move to the next. We can certainly.
Just to be clear, I'm not sure of his willingness or unwillingness. I don't, but we can follow up with him just to see, because we'll be discussing that same topic at our next meeting.
I think it should be read. That's why he submitted it.
Well, who's going to read it?
Whoever has it.
Whoever has it. Read
Should
it.
we vote on it?
I would agree it should be read, and I think it should be the board secretary.
I'll agree. If that's the action that we would like to take, I mean, I certainly want to hear anybody's comments. So the actual procedure would be how I question. So I agree if that's something that is, okay to have the board secretary read his statement. I'm okay with that.
Well, actually, he never submitted a statement.
Okay.
Well, now I'm confused.
He asked the process, but he never submitted the statement.
Then we don't have anything to read.
No, I'm sorry, we don't.
That ends that.
Next person that, in the order that they came in, I see a Connie Filiponti, and I apologize if I got the last name wrong. I will look and see if I see her in the audience. Yes, I do. Ms. Filiponti, if I got that correct, you have been able to talk. Could you please acknowledge that you are here?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just bringing up my notes. Thank you for taking the time to go over everything. Now, most of my stuff is actually just questions more than like speaking points. Is it okay that I ask questions here, or is there a different forum or
By
somewhere
policy,
else?
you have the right to ask questions that the questions may not be answered at this time, but we are typically asked to get back to the person. I'm not
Okay.
sure of the topic. You may get some of them if they're about the reopening. You may get some of the answers during a presentation, or is it a different topic?
Okay, no, it's about the reopening. I have some, some general concerns. My son is in high school,
Ms.
and I'm just
Filiponti, sorry for interrupting you.
okay, that's
While I
okay.
called you by name, you need to officially introduce yourself by name and your address, I believe, and then I can start the 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Constance Filiponti, and my address is 122 Fairbrook Drive, Gilbertsville, PA 19525.
Okay, please proceed.
And my question is about the reopening of school. My first question would be, how are you going to ensure that the students and the teachers are wearing their masks properly and keeping them on properly?
Again, Ms. Filiponti, you would not necessarily get an answer during this time period.
Okay,
So-
that's fine. That's fine. Should I move on to my next
Yes,
question?
yes, ma'am. so you can get everything in before your 3 minutes runs out.
Okay, if a breakout occurs, what is the backup plan? That is my second question. My third question is, if my child starts school in the building and then I feel it's unsafe for them to continue that, is there an option for them to he can just go online to do the online learning? I think, and is cyber school available to children that have IEPs? That's one of my biggest questions right now. And I think, let's see. And also what's gonna be the, let's see. What if a child shows up and refuses to wear a mask? I know a lot of parents right now are refusing to wear masks. If a child shows up and does not want to wear a mask, what will happen? I'm assuming they will be sent home, but I just want to make sure that that's going to happen and it won't just like go through the cracks and because of the Second Amendment or whatever amendment it is. Let's see. Okay, and if there is just in-person learning that's available and I decide I don't want my son to come to school because I'm nervous about the pandemic, is there going to be a repercussion for that? Or will it be, he can just, go online? So those are basically all my questions. And, if I can just get an answer whenever they become available, that would be great.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, by protocol, I can respond if you'd like me to give a general response, I can with your permission.
Yeah, yes, I would appreciate that. I think that would, I'm sure those are questions that are, that are shared throughout the community. So yes, please respond.
Ms. Villaponte, one is please feel free to email me directly a copy of those questions. Obviously, we will have the record from the tape here to go through it, but many of your questions will be answered during the presentation. Some will not, but we are more than happy to fill in those gaps for you directly.
Great. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Dr. Ben, you have the list of who's next, I hope.
Yes. Bear with me. I'm navigating multiple screens here. I see Mr. Nathan Yorgi, and I need to go over and find him in the list. Bear with me. We have over 200, over 300, almost 300 people online, so it's a long list.
Dr. Bedden, you can search for him at the top if you just type in his first name.
Thank you. I'm already down to the ends now, but I'll remember. I forgot about that feature. And there he is. I found him.
Hello.
Mr. Yorgi?
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Excellent. So I'm happy to give you my name. I'm a little reluctant to give my address with 200 people on the
That's
phone.
fine, Mr. Yorgi. The general, which township maybe?
Sure. Berks, Douglas Berks.
Thank you.
And my name is Nathan Yorgi.
Whenever you start, I'll start the timer, Mr. Yorgi.
Okay. So thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I have 3 points that I'll try to make in the 2 minute or the 3 minutes that I have. All of them are maybe exhortations for you as the board members to think critically as we go through as you hear things later this evening, and then as you need to process and make recommendations in combination with the board. So my first point is this: as you're tasked with an unenviable job, in that there's no right answer and there's lots of uncertainty about the best way to send our children back to school. But something that I think you can do is to be very certain amongst yourselves, what is the top priority upon return? If the top priority is safety, then I think it's clear. No child should go back to school. Because if we send any child back to school and our top priority is safety, we're refusing to honor our top priority by sending them back to school. But if safety is one of our top priorities, but our main priority is the education of our children, then I think you're going to land in a different spot. And so what I would ask is, as you develop the plans for return, just be very clear with the students, with the parents, on what is the primary priority that's driving your decisions. Because based off of what that is, we then as parents, students, and the community can make decisions whether we agree or disagree with your top priority. It gives us the ability to say, okay, if their top priority was safety and we don't agree with that, we can make a choice. If it's getting students back to school, we can either agree or disagree and make decisions on that. My second point is this: as you're listening to the experts and as you're getting guidance from the state, also ascertain what is the top priority of the expert that's giving you guidance. If it's a scientist or somebody who's a medical expert, more than likely their top priority is safety. But if our top priority is a balance of safety and return to school, then heed that balance and make your decisions appropriately. And then third, because I'm running out of time here, is as you're evaluate and look at the scientific evidence as it relates to the age ranges of the students and the teachers that are going to be teaching those students. There's very limited number of deaths among children, and even among the adults that are going to be teaching. The death rate is so low that they at least warrant you to take that into consideration when you're determining, do we need these extra outrageous measures of balancing masks in school and partial hybrid and all the rest of the things that you're going to do. Let the data be your guide, because there's ample data now about deaths of children and even the risk to children, if not death, but long-term exposure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yergi.
Mr. President, we have we received an email and a phone call. Not sure if they wanted to speak, but I will look and see if they're online and see if they do. That was intended for them to speak. Mr. Kevin Kratz, we weren't sure whether you wanted to speak, but we received an email and a phone call. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Was your intent to speak?
Yes, I would like to speak. Thank you. My name is Kevin Kratz, and I live in New Hanover Township. And basically just wanted to share my wife and my opinion regarding the reopening of school, understanding that both the administration and the board are valuing and evaluating every input possible to make the best decision. And as Mr. Yorby had stated, it is not an easy decision by any means. But that being said, wanted to make sure that our voice was heard. First of all, I just wanted to outline that our opinion is based on our lens, which is a narrow lens, and we recognize that, but it is our lens. And our lens is that we have 2 high school students that have aspirations of higher education beyond the high school. And it is our opinion, strong opinion, that we do the best that we can to reopen the schools full time and provide a physical environment for learning, especially for our older students. We believe the older students need more interaction with parties outside of their family nuclear unit, which includes both their counterparts, student counterparts, and their teachers. We also believe that education is an essential business. Education is by design meant to be interactive. And we also believe, based on our son's opinion and based on our observation of their operation during the online virtual classroom, that the virtual environment was subpar at best. And we do understand that there were circumstances that, everyone had to kind of scramble and get that in place, and everybody did the best that they could. But at the end of the day, it was subpar at best. And we also believe that life has all types of risks, and we need to face those risks no matter what, with the proper mitigation, and that we should never run away from risks that are in front of us. So there's a few things we just would like to ask that you would please consider in-person instruction as an essential element to success of the education. As the essential businesses needed to open their physical doors, we believe that the schools need to open their doors also. Please consider the in-person needs for students seeking further education and the required physical learning. Please consider the specific case data from our schools and zip codes to further evaluate. Please do not use the state or county data, as it is too broad and includes other data that is making it a little muddy. Please do not prioritize younger kids in the physical building over the older high school students. And finally, please leverage the personal choice of individual family units and teachers. We understand that 25% of the parents would prefer 100% online, and there's probably a certain subset of teachers that believe the same. Please do your best to marry those two groups together and give them the choice to conduct that online education, and allow those who want to attend physical building education the right to do so. Thank you very much for your time, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Kretz.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, each of you all received an email from Mr. Foose with Mr. Winsor's statement that was actually sent to the entire board on July 6th. Mr. Foose has indicated that he would follow up with the gentleman to get clarity on whether he just wanted it read, whether he would be showing up to speak and read his own comments. So you do have a copy again forwarded, but Mr. Foose has indicated he'd follow up with the gentleman to make sure that we're clear about what he wants done with what he submitted to the board.
Okay. Okay, are there any more, Dr. Bennon?
That's it.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody. I guess that moves us on to our next topic, the nurses supervisor position. And I'm going to ask, is there anybody on board who is going to explain that section of our meeting?
Yes, Mrs. Torshire will. You'll all receive information in the weekly report. This is, as you know, part of our safety and mitigation efforts. We brought our nurses back in-house under our control to have dedicated coverage to all of our buildings. And then Ms. Torshire will follow up and fill you in on what was previously discussed with the board about the need to have a specific person as a point of contact and overseeing nursing services. Ms. Torshire.
I thank you, Dr. Bedin, and good evening, everyone. Yes, as I had reported in the weekly report for the past 2 weeks, I was discussing with all of you, or sharing with you, that as the administration had identified individuals to serve in the capacity of supervisors under the supportive supervisory employees group, the identification of a nurse supervisor or nurse coordinator was put on hold due to not having adequate staffing available at the time. And because we had an already depleted staff, it was very difficult to look within what we had to be able to recognize someone for this position. But with the recent closure of Pine Forge and our staff nurses returning back to being Warriortown employees, that's provided us a bit more stability with our nurses. So as we're planning to reopen school under COVID-19 and have students in attendance with different deficiencies, the need for PPE, someone to help to mitigate anyone that may be ill, it's really imperative right now that we have a single point of contact within our nursing group, as we're asking more and more of these professionals, to be working with us during the summer and, as, beyond the school day. We do need an expert in the healthcare field, someone who can navigate the CDC, the Department of Health. Our nurses are already working with those two agencies. And for our nurse also to be able to establish rapport with the physician within the Boyertown area school district that is willing to also advise us. So what we're looking for is, to have this position. We're recommending the nurse, and we're calling it the nurse coordinator, not supervisor. They're going to coordinate the healthcare. The person would be responsible to oversee scheduling of our certified school nurses, our staff nurses, of our life skills classrooms, our our other certified school nurses, staff nurses, one-to-one nurses, anything that has to do with the health needs. And, as many of you know, my title has grown beyond, the assistant superintendent for operations. I'm also the safety and security coordinator. I'm newly dubbed the pandemic coordinator, none of which I had any education in my graduate classes to do. So I need experts as well to go to. So currently we have been paying overtime to one of our school nurses to participate as a member of the pandemic team and to be responsive to our questions, someone who has been working with us throughout the school year. So as part of this recommendation of the nurse coordinator, we would be recommending that this individual have 26 additional days be added to their schedule, because right now they work 190 under the BAEA, and to allow this person then to coordinate all of our health needs for our school district. I think that pretty much sums it up. Questions from Mr. Hemingway, you can go ahead and.
Chairman, this is a discussion item for this committee to give feedback and preparation for the administration to be able to bring it forward on the 28th for action, should that be desire of the board.
Okay, I don't have the capability to see hands raised at the moment. So if there are any board members who have a question, I hope we can be respectful in our order. Let me know and we'll try to determine an order. Let's start it off. Are there any questions or comments that any board member at this time has for Ms. Torsia?
Mr. Hemingway, I see that Mrs. McWhirter has her hand raised.
Okay, Ms. McWhirter?
And it looks like Mr. Updegrove is waving his hand, so after me.
Okay, so we'll go Ms. McWhirter, then Mr. Updegrove. So Ms. McWhirter, please.
Sure. So this nurse supervisor would be in charge of ordering PPE. These are questions that I'm asking, even though they might sound like statements. PPE, and would they be supervising all the other nurses as well and giving, just being a point, the first point of access for all the information that's coming in from the state that what our nurses need to do?
So yes to your first question, that they would be responsible for overseeing PPE, especially as it pertains to the health room. And right now we are getting an inventory of it, and it's between my office and the facilities director's office. So we do need to bring that all together so that we know exactly what we have and who it needs to be distributed to. So part of that individual's responsibility would certainly to be and stay on top of the PPE. They would not be supervising. They would be working in conjunction with a building administrator, with myself, but they would really be coordinating. And coordinating the nurses is a huge job, and it often falls on one of our secretaries in the HR department, myself, when I'm available to help move, nurses around when we don't have coverage in buildings. and just making sure that every building is covered, as well as providing the service, the nursing services that we need to our non-public schools. So it's a pretty big encompassing job, and with COVID tagged onto it, it's even larger.
Ms. McWhorter, in addition to what, no matter which agency that we look at, whether it be Pennsylvania Department of Health, whether it be one of the 6 regional Department of Health, which by the way don't report to Dr. Levine. So that was something new that we learned this year. Whether it be American Academy of Pediatrics or CDC, one of the tenets of being able to successfully address the needs during the pandemic and COVID-19, which even before that is a best practice, is the idea of having a single point of contact in the district when it comes to healthcare issues, and whether it be student or whether it be staff, even with HR issues, we should have a designated healthcare person who's also participating. In fact, as you'll see in the plan coming up, we are now soliciting the support of a local physician. We have a physician who's mostly been dedicated to support our sports on the orthopedic side, but now we're looking at a more of a general practitioner who is participating and part of our pandemic team. And one of the meetings that I had with him was also about having a point of contact, both senior leadership for decision-making, but also a healthcare counterpart inside the district who can understand their language.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Updegrove.
Yes, I have a question. Are we still dealing with Crest then? Is any of this belonging to them?
Go ahead, Dr. Bennett, I'm sorry.
If you remember, the board approved for us to bring the nurses back in-house. So as far as nurses, no. The nurses are district employees.
Okay. But then are we still, do we have any affiliation with Crest then?
Yes, we have other support personnel that are still a part of Crest, yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay, any other board members have a question or a comment?
Yeah, Mr. Foos's hand pop up, but I went down.
Okay,
Mr. Foos?
also, I'd like to get in there, but I can't get my hand up.
All right, let's start with Mr. Foos. Do you have a comment or question?
Yeah, my question was really, my understanding is that Montgomery County has a, I forget the actual title, but like a director of health, and Berks County does not have that similar role. I was just curious how this person would interface with those different local representatives regarding health information and passing that along to administration and the rest of the district.
Right now, Montgomery County, because they have a health department that's a part of the county, they are at a distinct support advantage. Having participated, because I participate in both meetings now, their actual commissioner also is a physician, and they sit in on the superintendent's meetings and advising them as well as a health official. The same happens in Bucks County. Bucks County, for example, has a health department. Their head of their health department actually worked with the superintendents directly to develop their health and safety plan. Berks County does not, as you mentioned, but we do have emergency management and other services that we do work with. Right now, the person, unofficially, we run through the person that Ms. Torcher is referring to. When I get feedback from PA Department Health, we're both exchanging information, all three of us, where there's no single point of contact. So in the cases that we've had to deal with recently, if you remember the Gillisville case, we had another staff member in a student case. It really was me being tied up with the Pennsylvania Department of Health, trying to get their direction on what response they wanted us to make and what contact tracing that they expected us to do. That would be a case where this person would step in and be having that conversation directly with the other health official and giving us guidance and feedback also on that. So they already are doing a little bit of it because it was just getting overwhelming. And that was when Ms. Torcher pulled the person in to give them more responsibility and compensation to help us with this, as well as we needed a person to be a part of our pandemic team planning who had a health background. Our nurses are registered and licensed. They have to adhere to the Department of Health standards. So we actually have now that person sitting at the table with us, making the pandemic plans for our school district. And they get direct communication from the Department of Health because they're licensed by the Department of Health.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Brophy, you have a question or comment?
Yes, I do. Are we elevating an existing person, or is this a new position we're going to hire into?
It's an elevation of existing person.
Okay, so it's not an additional position. Is this person also going to be able to fill in for nurses if somebody's not there, and act in that capacity also?
That would not be the purpose of this position. Obviously, if we were in a situation where we absolutely had no one to be able to cover a building, then obviously that individual would, step in that circumstance. But it would really be able to, have the lens of seeing what staff nurse might be able to cover that building, where there is already a certified school nurse that would be doubled up. So they would be really coordinating the schedules.
But they could step in if it becomes required, where there's an issue where we need an additional nurse. That individual would not like be out of the workforce. They would be part of the workforce and could step in and help if required.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I see
Okay.
Deroff's hand, Mr. Hemingway.
I'm sorry, whose hand?
I see Mrs. Deroff's hand.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ms. Deroff. Question or comment?
Question. If this person we're not going to hire anybody new, we're going to just promote from within, or however you say it, then wouldn't we be short a nurse? I don't understand that. If we're going to promote someone to that position that we already have there, that's already a nurse, then I would think we'd be short a nurse.
Yes, you are correct, Mrs. Deroff. We would promote from within. We would look to our staff nurses and see, and like we did in this past year, because we had a staff nurse that was moved up to the level of a certified school nurse under emergency certificate. And we would look to bring somebody in, not necessarily that exact person, but to promote from that point. But we wouldn't need to backfill that individual because we would have that additional staff nurse to cover that position.
So we would be replacing the one we're going to promote.
Correct. With somebody that's currently here, but they would be elevated. Yes.
I guess I'm still confused because, okay, that's all right.
I think what would help Ms. Deroff, Ms. Torsia, is in the board, we have 2 levels of nurses in the district. So what I think to her question, when you say you're going to elevate, you might want to explain that we have 2 levels of nurses, and one we have to backfill as someone who will be moved up to the next level.
So we would be taking a certified school nurse who is part of the association, and that person would be moving into this position to be the coordinator. A staff nurse who is does not necessarily have the same credentials, but some of them do, would be someone that we would then bring out of that position of staff nurse and move them into the certified school nurse position. That staff nurse would not have to be backfilled because we do have an additional staff nurse that would be able to replace that person. So there would be a bit of a difference in salary from that staff nurse elevated to the certified school nurse position.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any
See Mrs. Nyman's hands, Mr. Hemingway, and not interrupting, but making sure you know if you can't see the screen.
Yeah, no, I'm unfortunately hobbled by the screen, so I appreciate your help. So, Ms. Nyman, question or comment, please?
I have a question. So what you're saying is this is going to be a person that could not stay as a nurse in maybe one of the smaller facilities and still be a nurse at a school.
Correct. I'm saying that they would have to come out of being part of the general certified school nurses in order to be able to do this job, because of the amount of paperwork that is goes along with the certified school nurse. And so even though we have, I'll back up, our certified school nurses cover multiple buildings. So right now, there are 6 elementary schools, and there's 2 certified nurses that are covering those 6 schools, because certified school nurses have a 1,500 student to 1 certified school nurse ratio. So that's why they would not be able to do both. That's why that individual will not be able to do both positions. There would be too much responsibility at the school level.
So when this COVID is over with, hopefully within a year, would we still need that position?
Absolutely. I would say yes, Mrs. Nyman, that we would need to continue this position, really due to the complexity of students that are coming into our schools with, just from diabetes to, any other, type of medical condition. This person really helps to mitigate, the organization of medical plans. Again, being that point of contact, because even though COVID may not be here, there could be lingering effects of it. I believe like 2008, we had SARS. There's just always something coming up, whether it's a measles or people, there's just a lot of responsibility within the nursing, and just the ongoing making sure that buildings are covered and having what they need in place.
Okay, and you're going to make sure that this person will jump in if we're short a person one day. This person will jump in and be there.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is certainly a discussion that we have had and we've talked about, but it's not going to be our first go-to person. We're going to make sure that we've exhausted our options in making sure that we could find somebody in that building. But at no point in a school day would a building go without a nurse and have this individual not cover and put ourselves at risk.
All right, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for your question.
Okay, is there any?
If I may say something, Mr. Hemingway, as far as for HR, I do want to mention that Mary Beth and I talked about this position and the person moving into it. And in a district so large as this, I think it's almost a necessity to have somebody as a go-to person, if I must say, because of the nursing situation in all districts. She's also a resource that can provide the district with availability for certified school nurses or LPNs if we need those. But I think it's going to be a valuable position for the district, and if she's willing certainly to go into a class, to a building when needed, it's only going to improve our district's nursing services.
I see.
Yeah, Mrs. Denon, Mr. Hemingway.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Denon. Question or comment, please? Thank you.
Sure. So I think I understand, but I just to clarify, the nursing supervisor, I understand the need for the position. I think it's great, and I am supportive of it. But when you were saying that it's currently, I guess I'm looking at, each school building has a nurse there all day during the school day. Is that correct?
We do cover every building between a certified school nurse and or a staff nurse. Our staff nurses do not all work 5 days per week. So that's where we have run into trouble at times. If there would be a certified school nurse and a staff nurse that would be out, there could possibly be a hole at one of the buildings. Along with, we have to remember that we have life skills classes, and each of our life skills classes, there are 4 that have life skills nurses. Those students have one-to-one care. So if one of those nurses are out, we also are, in jeopardy of not being able to provide the necessary, the medical necessities that these kids require per their IEP. So there's a lot going on just besides our school health rooms.
So yeah, so I guess that was my question. So if we elevate someone and take them out of that position to be the nursing supervisor, then I just was thinking, as you're going down the line, when you get to that lower person, then we were going to have to hire another person. But you're saying no, we'll be fine.
We will be fine, because with Pine Forge closing, that staff nurse didn't really have a home to go to.
Okay.
But she would have remained, we would have kept her, because obviously we needed somebody to be floating around our buildings or being able to give an extra hand. You have to remember, we do mass examinations at the start of every school year, or well, I shouldn't say at the start. The high school gets it done pretty fast, but all the other schools and our non-public schools all have to go through, those exams, an eye exam, a hearing exam, height, weight, all those things. And that has to be done annually. And they do it the best that they can as they are, covering their health room. So that staff nurse would be our backfill for that staff nurse that we would hopefully be able to move.
Okay, that was my only concern, that if we, that we're not left short, and it sounds like you guys have it figured out. So I'm good with it. Thanks.
You're welcome. And I believe Mrs. Deroff has her hand up again, Mr. Hemingway.
Yeah, I did. I was able to pull up the screen and I see that. Mr. Deroff, do you have an additional question?
No, I think Jill took care of it. I just wanted to make sure that I knew we had the extra nurse from Pine Forge, that she would have a home. That's all I wanted to make sure of.
Yes, she would.
So is that one of the reasons we're doing this, to accommodate her?
Yes, that is the reason. Well, that extra position really put us in a place for me to be able to come forward and say, we have the resources within our district now for me to be able to say, this is the time to make that move. And we don't always have that availability. And, knock on wood, we keep everybody in place.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to open up any other further comment. If not, I think we're looking for Ms. Torsha, just some approval and some direction. If we have an approval for this.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I think the question is if there's any objection to Ms. Torsha bringing this forward for board approval on the July 28th voting meeting.
Yes, that's what I was trying to say. Is there anybody who has any comments or disapproval of moving this to a voting for our next meeting? Okay, I'm going to take that as a no. And Ms. Torsha, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Mr. Chairman, the policy, which also involves Ms. Torsha, but it's a little tweak here. You all receive those in advance. Because of the significance of this meeting and the need with 300 and something people on Facebook and almost 300 attending this meeting, I'm sure trying to get to the other items. I believe Ms. Torsha discussed with you that we would like to ask the board, rather than go through each one, if there is any particular item they wanted more detail to discuss, because the overarching question for the policies is to move it forward to the 28th, I believe, Ms. Torsha, for first reading?
Correct, unless you wanted to move them to the second half of this meeting for first reading. But if we need to give that amount of time for anybody to continue to review before first reading, yes, we can move it to the 28th.
Dr. Bennett, I'm going to ask for your advice of how you feel we should handle that.
Well, I would say that, again, unless there is a issue that anyone reviewed in those policies, I think Mrs. Torsha sat and discussed them with you. We sent them out to the board. I would recommend that if we could move it to the superintendent's itemized agenda for approval for first reading, so that on the 28th, they could actually be voted on to be sure that we're moving forward to have them in place for the opening of school. Because several of them also relate to several significant items that impact opening of school.
Well, I would like to follow that recommendation. Is there anyone on the board who differs?
And it still allows the board additional time even after this first reading to have any input before we get to the 28th for the second reading.
Are you just talking the wellness review? Aren't we going to have that either, the wellness committee review?
We will have Mrs. Bergiova do that wellness review. Absolutely. That is a presentation that she has.
Or are you just talking B through?
Yes, B through I.
B through I.
Thank you for clarifying, Ms. Darrow.
And if we have questions in between, we can contact you.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, with that, then I suggest that we do put that towards the superintendent's itemized agenda. And if anybody has further questions, to contact and we'll move forward.
Ms. Torsia, so that means that item A will come up and items B through I will move to the itemized agenda for approval of first reading. If you could, I think Mrs. Lucy is on for item A. If you could kick it off for her, Ms. Torsia.
Yes, absolutely. I would like to take the opportunity to introduce Lucy Bergiova. She is going to do an overview of the Wellness Committee and talk about the triannual policy assessment. So, Lucy, I don't know if Dr. Bedden, if you need to share your screen.
I will. I was going to ask her which. I have two items attached. Which one would you like me to bring up? I have the Wellness Policy Assessment Report, and then I have the Wellness Updates, July 2020.
Updates.
She would like the updates.
All right. Thank you very much, Mrs. Torsia. Good evening. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I know we have a lot of items on the agenda, so I will be brief. And I will refer to a variety of documents that you can find, where you can find all the detailed information too that is included in this presentation. And this might be a little bit difficult because I'm not able actually to scroll through what is being shared, but Dr. Bedden, if you can move down to the next slide, thank you. All right, and actually go all the way down to wellness, BSD wellness. All right, so the purpose of our work is guided by our vision. And I don't know if you know what the BSD wellness vision is, but it is empowering a community of healthy people. And our mission is to educate and support all students, staff, and community in embracing a healthy lifestyle. Every 2 years, we also update our strategic plan, which is based on the needs of our students and also staff. And of course, our yearly plan that outlines the different initiatives that address our goals and objectives. You can also find, you can access both documents through the links in this presentation. You can also see kind of a little snapshot, a little image of what those documents look like. To communicate our efforts, we have school and staff wellness websites set up. Currently, we are working on updating this website and making it a little more user-friendly and kind of connect all the things together so that wellness on the website, it would just be one place to go and find all the information that relates to wellness. So, and then even the nursing piece kind of connects to this whole wellness, wellness umbrella. We can move on. All right, and now to the wellness policy. Just to give you a quick background, research shows that student wellness and proper nutrition are related to students' physical well-being, growth, and development and readiness to learn. We use the CDC's whole school, whole community, and whole child model as a framework for our practices that address health in schools. You can also see the image all the way over on the left. This model is student-centered, and it emphasizes the role of the community in supporting the schools, connections between health and academic achievement, and also importance of evidence-based school policies and practices. Now, our last wellness policy was adopted in 2017. And since then, the federal regulations, they require districts participating in the National School Lunch Program to complete an assessment of their school wellness policy at least one time every 3 years and make the results available to the public. And that's the need also for this presentation. The wellness, and you will see the assessment is also attached to the school board agenda, to today's agenda. The Boyertown School District Wellness Committee members, they utilize the PDE's Wellness Policy Assessment Tool and Reports template to complete the 2020 triennial assessment. And again, you can find the entire document. I have also included the link to the site where you can access all of this information. All right, Dr. Bennett, if you please would move. Thank you. All right. Now, I'm kind of going to go over next 3 slides all at once. I might fly through it a little quickly, but if you need any more explanation or more details, you can just let me know. So I'm just going to, the next 3 slides, they provide some highlights from each section of the policy. And I'm going to tell you what these sections are and just then give you overall report. There are 7 sections in the policy and also in the assessment, which is public involvement, notification and assessment, nutrition education, nutrition promotion, physical activity, physical education, other school-based wellness activities, and nutrition guidelines for all foods and beverages at school. Our report states, and I'm happy to say, that we are in compliance with the wellness policy. All required federal regulations in the policy are fully implemented, and our policy is comparable to model school wellness policies. And if you could scroll down a little bit, Dr. Bennett, please. And one more slide. Okay, you're going to see the overall report that our district really excels in area of promoting physical activity to staff and to students. We provide comprehensive and sequential physical education, implement physical activity breaks into our daily routines. We offer a variety of wellness challenges, and I will touch on some of those in a little bit later. One area of improvement is nutrition promotion and guidelines. And we are exploring ways to increase our communication efforts with parents, especially as it pertains to healthy alternatives for celebration and shared classroom snacks, just little steps at a time. In the planning for the next 3 years, the Wellness Committee would like to emphasize some collaborative efforts between the schools, families, and community members to promote and support health awareness and individual responsibility for a healthy lifestyle. And next slide, please. Now, making sure that we are compliant with the wellness policy, it takes time and it also costs money. But we are very fortunate that we can continue our partnership with the Pottstown Health and Wellness Foundation. They have been actually providing funds to support our wellness programming and initiatives for more than 10 years. For the next 2-year period, we have been awarded almost $102,000 to support our wellness initiatives. Some of the things that that are covered under the grant would be the wellness coordinator position. We also offer stipends for school champions. We offer professional development, brain body programs in the classroom that is incorporating movement and social emotional learning into our learning environments. Organized before after school activities, especially before major exams, before PSSAs or Keystones, organized recess activities, action-based learning, brain and activity breaks, kinesthetic learning. You can actually see the image that's from Colbrookdale Elementary School. That's one of the kinesthetic learning classrooms that was fully funded through the grant. And then also social emotional learning and mindfulness. We are also trying to develop courses at the high school that lead to certification. Next year, we are planning on starting a lifeguarding and swim instruction course and certification. We also have first aid, CPR, and personal training. The grant also supports or partially funds our student assistant program and our social emotional learning initiatives, especially the collaboration with Tom Stecker. Next initiative, I don't know if you heard about the activity bus or the Y bus, but that is the middle school after school opportunity, which through the grant, we are able to pay for buses that take the students from both middle school to YMCA. We also, the grant also supported different running programs, such as Road Warriors at Middle School West, summer programs. In the past, we had Cup Stealth workshops, and that was elementary level program. And also mini grants are a big part of the grant, and those are little building action plans. That's when the wellness committees or committees at each building, they assess their needs, and based on their needs, they come up with action plan, and they provide some funding to actually implement some of those programs or initiatives. All right, Dr. Bennett. All right. Now, in addition to the Pottstown Health and Wellness Foundation grant, our schools also participate in the Wellness Checklist Challenge, which is sponsored by the foundation, but also the Medical University of South Carolina. And what it is really a checklist of evidence-based strategies that can have a positive impact on student and staff wellness. And just by earning a threshold of points in each of the 7 categories, the schools can win monetary prizes that range from about $700 to about $1,500. The nice thing is each building decides how they spend the funds that they win through this challenge. Now, just so that you know, last year we had 9 schools participating, and all schools qualified for the prize, so that is very exciting. And also in the Tri-County area that is being served by the Pottstown Health and Wellness Foundation, so that you know, there's about 30 schools participating in the challenge. That includes both public and private schools. So Boyertown, it's really, that's 1/3 of all the schools participating in the challenge. So we are very excited how active our schools are. All right, Dr. Bennett. Staff wellness, and that's my cup of tea. It is part of the whole child model, which I addressed a little bit earlier. And I believe we have come a long way in this area. I think you would agree with me when I say that teachers and other school employees are role models for our students. And I also believe that school employees who are interested in their own health are more likely to promote behaviors and practices to students who are then more likely to engage in health promoting activities themselves. There are many benefits to workplace wellness, but again, that could be a presentation on its own. So I have included just a few examples on this slide. Some of the staff wellness initiatives that we do, and if you can actually see details on this image, you can see all the different staff wellness initiatives. That would be fitness membership subsidy, Fresh Fridays, we have staff wellness days, a variety of wellness challenges. We provide chair massages, staff yoga, and different building resources on the building. Again, you can find more information on the website that is provided. And we are very, very fortunate to work with Capital Blue Cross to provide us with wellness credit, which allows for some of these initiatives to take place. All right, and next one. Student wellness. So this brings me back again to the student wellness and the whole community model. Really, to build a culture of wellness, we need to take planned, intentional, goal-oriented approach. We need to integrate all 10 components into our routines and practices. and need to collaborate and be committed. And this actually concludes my presentation. I would like to thank you very much for your time. I know I was flying through it. I hope that was okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the board? Questions, comments?
Mr. Hemingway, I have one.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
and that is, how many of like our kinetics classroom, how many of these types of things are going to be available at the start of this year? And I'm assuming that our year is going to get better. I'm hoping that our year is going to get better.
I think that might be a question for Mrs. Shaw or Mr. Bedden. That's more up to the safety committee. I don't know if we'll be able to keep, because of the requirements for the distance between desks, I don't know if we'll be able to keep all the kinesthetic stations. So that would be a question probably for Dr. Bedden.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Denon, did I see your hand?
Yeah, just a quick question. I noticed in one of the initiatives with the Pottstown Health and Wellness Grant that we would offer electives for lifeguarding and swimming instruction. So I was just curious, would that be in conjunction with the Y? And when you talk about swimming, is that giving our students an opportunity to learn how to swim, or is that giving our students an opportunity to be swimming instructors?
To be swimming instructors. And yes, this is with the Boardtown YMCA. I am working with Mrs. Miller on this initiative, and we have the course scheduled already for the spring semester at the high school. So
have we ever considered an elective, since we do have the Boyertown pool, to give our students an opportunity to learn how to swim, since we are a state that's on the East Coast and close to a lot of sources of water?
I'm not sure if that was discussed, but I don't know if how easy would it be to provide transportation and to build it into the schedule. So that would be my concern.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands. If you want to make a comment, just please speak up. And if not, we're going to move on. And thank you very much. I'm sorry, who?
Miss Nyman.
Ms. Diamond, I apologize. I didn't see your hand. So please, question or comment.
It wasn't. I couldn't get there again. The classrooms, are they open or are they closed now? With moving all of our kids around.
Naima, we're not sure what you mean by open or close.
Weren't some of those classrooms used at the different schools, and now with us moving our students around, do we still have the room?
When you say move our students around, you mean with regards to the upcoming plan configuration?
Sorry.
Which movement are you referring to?
We use classrooms for some of that stuff, right?
We have, if I can, Dr. Bedden, some of the buildings have action-based classrooms. I'm not sure if we'll be able to utilize the classrooms to the full extent, but we are looking for ideas that we can actually bring the ABL into the classroom, where the students would not have to travel out of the classroom, whether it is providing manipulatives or objects for the students to have at their desks, and they can engage in some of those action-based learning activities or brain break activities throughout the day.
And understanding your question now, Mrs. Nyman, and it gets a little bit into Mrs. McWhirter's question, our wellness program as it exists right now absolutely will be negatively impacted, because part of the CDC, American Academy of Pediatrics, and all the other entities have made it clear that your elective areas and other things like that will have to become somewhat secondary to social distancing and using and spacing out. So overall, we are having to think outside the box to maintain as much of our program as possible, while also being responsive to the issues of the pandemic and COVID-19 impact, which I think is what your question is getting to. We may not be able to do the program as has been done in the past, because some of your common areas and classroom spaces may need to be converted as we try to make sure that we adhere to our spacing distances that we're trying to get inside our schools.
All right, thank you.
Okay, everybody, any other further comments or questions? Please speak up.
I
Okay,
had my hand up.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ruff, go ahead.
That's all right. I think what I'm understanding is, and has nothing to do with the pandemic, it's because we closed Pine Forge and rescheduled kids, and now we have some bubble classes. I think 2 rooms that we used to have for basic in Coverdale are now going to be used for classrooms, so we won't be able to use those, correct?
Mrs. Europe, I believe that we are still evaluating our space within the buildings as we are planning for the return of school with COVID. So it's not something that we want to eliminate. If it's something that we can, certainly have, and we can identify a different area or space that will, allow for the social distancing and, maybe a modification of what the program, look like, is something that we are certainly, taking into consideration.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was talking before that happened. Okay. I was talking with the closure of Pine Forge, so we know what we're talking about. Okay, thank you.
Okay, everybody, I'm not seeing any other hands. If so, speak up. And I think we're going to move on. Ms. Lucy, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Hemingway.
Okay, that's going to move us to a presentation from Mr. Palladino on a scores table for Bear Gymnasium.
Yeah. And,
Go ahead, Dr. Bennett.
yeah, I'm trying to make sure, I'm looking to make sure Nick made it on.
Yep, I'm on here.
Okay, as you know, it's anytime we received a contribution from an external organization, that's also considered a donation, and that has to come before the board. And so Mr. Palladino needs to share the idea that he has in partnership with the scores table for the Bear Gymnasium.
Thank you, Dr. Bedden and Mr. Hemingway. What we're looking to do is the athletic department is looking to replace the scores table in the Bear Gymnasium, which is currently about 12 years old. It's in deteriorating condition. We're doing a lot of maintenance just to Band-Aid it and keep it going from event to event. What we did, we went out and found a company called Side Effects. Side Effects is pretty much an advertising company where they go out and they find sponsors and advertisers, both national and local, and pretty much get advertising revenue from them, and they use that revenue to donate to us a scores table. And it can be a scores table, like we picked out one, it's an LCD panel scores table. It's pretty much top of the line. So what happens now is this company Side Effects goes out, finds the revenue. They keep a portion of the money that they raise. The other portion goes towards the payment of the scores table. Once the table is paid off, or they have contracts to pay for that table, that is when then we sign the contract and then we receive the equipment. So we do not receive any equipment before the revenue is generated. Now, once the revenue, our portion is paid off, the amount of the table, we then get to keep 50% of that advertising revenue year to year for the term of the contract. And right now the term of the contract would be 10 years, which is about the life of a table, anywhere from 10 to 12 years. So we're bringing this to the board because not only is it being it's being donated to us with zero cost to the district, it can also raise some revenue for us in the coming years. That's a picture of the table that we would be looking to get. Total cost of it with all the features that we need to build it into the bleachers is a little over $13,000 plus shipping. And in the end, that will be at zero cost to us. Our only cost for the future would be we have to maintain the table. So if something happened and part of the table broke, we would just need to fix that. So what the Department of Athletics is looking for from the board of directors is permission to move ahead with the agreement with side effects pending a review from Mr. Sultanic and his team.
So, Mr. Chairman, what would happen from this is a discussion item. If the board agreed to move forward with this, they would start the process and work with Mr. Sultanic, as always, to review any of our agreements, and then it will be brought forward to the board for the next voting meeting.
Okay, I see that Ms. Hogan has a question. Lisa?
Thanks, Mr. Hemingway. Yeah, Mr. Palladino, just so I understand correctly, the advertiser would have space on the board, is that correct?
Yes, what happens, since it's an LCD board, which they give me pretty much an advertising package. So it's pretty much, there's advertisers that are scrolled pretty much on the TV screens, like during the games or whenever the table is turned on. So it could be if they found somebody who was willing to pay them, say, $13,000, it might just be one advertiser on there. But usually they said they average about anywhere from 10 to 12 advertisers per year on there, and it pretty much scrolls through the advertisements.
And do we have any say in who's being advertised on there? Like, to make sure, obviously, because it's a school, that it would be appropriate for our population.
It still has to adhere to policy, board policy.
Okay.
Yeah, they would give us a list of everyone they had that they were looking to have a contract from, and we would get to either approve it or not approve that company before any money was exchanged.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's all.
I think I saw Mrs. Deeroff's hand pop up, and then Mr. Foose, Mr. Hemingway.
Okay, Ms. Deeroff, do you have a question?
Yes, I do. I would like to know, when they buy a advertisement, do they buy it by the year or for the whole 10 years?
I believe they do it, and they can do it anywhere from a 1 year to a 4 year term. And depending on how many years they sign up for is depending on how much money it costs, and that's how much more money they can raise to put towards our side of the table.
Okay, and what kind of a guarantee do we have? I skimmed over your agreement, but I didn't see a guarantee. I seen if we don't do it, we have finance charges if we don't do this and they don't sell that. What kind of guarantee do we have that's not going to cost us anything? That they're going to sell all this advertisement?
The only way they won't ship us the actual table itself until they have contracts for our portion of all the advertising revenue. If they can't raise enough money for us, they come to us with an offer. Like they could say, we raised $9,000. We need, if you want to receive this table, we would need the school to pay for the additional balance of the table. And at that point, we could say yes or no to that. The only stipulation in that is once we sign our contract, if we turn that offer away, we cannot go to, say, company A, who was going to give side effects $5,000. We can't go to company A on our own and ask for their donation for us to buy a table by ourselves. That's the only stipulation in the contract.
Okay, approximately what does it cost to install it, do you know?
The actual installation, it would be pretty much zero. It comes ready to go. I pretty much roll it out and push it in the bleachers and plug it in. That's the installation of it.
Okay, and when do we need this?
I would like to say sooner than later, but the existing table that we do have, I could get to go for another year.
Okay, because I you know, these last minute things always coming up. We
Oh,
need
no, I
it, we
don't-
need it, ours are bad. I would appreciate some notice on some of these things, number one. And number two, how much would this cost if we ordered this direct from somewhere? I don't know if there's more than one company out, instead of going through this organization. Number one. And number two, did you approach the Education Foundation for help?
No, we have not approached the Educational Foundation. Any quotes that I have for this type of table are right around $14,000.
So there's no difference in getting it through this company or getting it ourselves?
No. The only, and also with the timeline portion of it, it could be anywhere from, say, once we sign this contract, it might take them 6 months to a year to raise enough money to pay for the table, to get those contracts. It's not something that's probably going to happen in the next month or so.
Well,
my expectation is probably to have it for maybe at earliest halfway through the winter season.
And this is for?
This is for the Bear Gymnasium.
Okay, because I just listened to a news thing today again. You know, they canceled the Mummers, they canceled Thanksgiving Day Parade. I'm just wondering how much, if we're going to really be having a lot of sports.
We're all wondering that.
So to make commitments for 10 years, to me, is pretty scary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we have Mr. Foose up and then Mrs. McWhirter. And then it looks like Ms. Hogan after. So Mr. Foose?
Also, Mr. Hemingway, I want to get in there too, if you can fit me.
Of course. Mr. Foose, you're up.
Yes. Yeah, I think this is a really interesting idea. It has the potential to obviously save the district some money. My concern would be, I recall having a conversation with our solicitor. I believe it was a year or two ago that it was an executive session where we discussed a similar topic regarding naming rights and trying to get different either individuals or companies or what have you to look to contribute money in some way toward whether it be advertising or naming rights or things of that nature. And we were advised against doing something like that. However, I know that we also, and that was just in theory, it wasn't about a specific request, but we had that conversation. So I'd be curious to get our solicitor's opinion on this type of engagement. And also I'd really prefer to see, I don't know what their approach is, but local businesses have some type of priority. I don't know if we're able to do something of that nature, but I know the wrestling boosters raised money for the seats that go along the mats, and there were advertisements on the back of those, and they were all local businesses, and it was done through the boosters. And I don't know if something like that had been pursued or looked into already, but those were the things that came to mind when this is being discussed and reviewed.
We have looked at a few local companies, and to be totally honest, I did not think now was the right time to go asking one of our local companies for $14,000, especially when in the last 3 years, we have a lot of local groups give the athletic department a lot of money for some big ticket items, whether it be scoreboards, wrestling mats, things of that nature. I just didn't feel this was the right time to approach them for that much money. I felt this was a better way to go because that advertising revenue could be broken up. So company A or B could donate pretty much as they, much as they could afford or they wanted to do, and they would still get a little piece of advertising that would help their local company.
Okay, looks like Ms. McWhirter, you're up next.
Yes, I was just wondering if we had recommendations from anybody any other schools in the area that have used this company or a company similar to them?
No schools in our league have used this company yet. I do have a few recommendations from mostly college level and a few out-of-state schools. So that's one of the things we're still looking to gather to see if anybody in District 1 has had a relationship with this company yet. And we're still in that, part of the process yet too.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hogan, and I do see that Mr. Brophy, Ms. Giroff, and Ms. Nyman have hands up too. So let's go with Ms. Hogan next.
Thank you, Mr. Hemingway. Just one quick follow-up question. If, because you had said you were hoping to get it, I guess, like mid-year, if we were not able to have sports this year at all, would there be any kind of penalty? Because we would have the table, but we wouldn't be, advertising because we wouldn't be using it.
No, per the contract, and again, Mr. Sultanic would have a lot of say in this, in the wording. We only have to turn the board on when we're having an athletic event in that facility. So
Okay.
if for some reason, if it gets canceled or, we don't have a certain game here or there, as long as their agreement is that we advertise that we have it on while an event is taking place.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brophy, up next.
Yeah, Mr. Palladino, hey, thanks for pursuing this. It seems like a very good idea and sounds like something to pursue. I'm just looking at the environment right now. So are the advertisers locked in, or can they decide to back out and then we're stuck with the extra payments? Is the contract cover that? Are they ironclad contracts that pretty much, keep them locked in?
I believe the contracts with the side effects company are locked in and again, how they explained to me was they could do, a 1-year term, a 3-year term, up to a 10-year term. But once the agreement is signed and we receive the equipment, if anybody fails to pay, they said that's on their company absorbs that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Giroff, you're up.
I guess I'm going to say something that I'm not going to be very popular. I can't believe we're talking about a scoreboard after we laid off 18 teachers, furloughed, excuse me. I don't want to use the wrong word. Somewhere we have our priorities. Excuse me? As I was saying, somewhere we have our priorities messed up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ruth. Ms. Nealman. Nyman, I'm sorry. Nyman, I'm sorry, I apologize.
I'm concerned because you're asking a company to sign. Right now, we don't have any clue what's going on out there. Businesses are closing, and you want to do something like this right now? I think the priorities need to be changed around here a little bit. We need to get our children back into school first before we decide anything, because who knows how long we're not going to be allowed to do anything. So I think the first concern should be getting our children, our students, back into school on a 5-day-week program before we think about anything else. Because until they're back in school 5 days a week, we're not going to be having sports more than likely. And I don't even know if we're going to be having sports outside the way things are going. So I think we really, really need to prioritize here. And I'm concerned a company gets put into this and then they close, then what happens? The money won't be there. Then what are you going to do?
Okay, is that all, Ms. Nyman?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Is,
Hemingway, I have another comment if you don't mind.
Ms. Hogan, please, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think that Mr. Palladino made it pretty clear that this board would come, or I'm sorry, table would come at no cost to the district, that it could even possibly raise some revenue for the athletic department. And that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but that the contract would be reviewed by Mr. Sultanic. And that if any businesses were to go out of business, that side effects would absorb the cost and that that cost would not be passed on to us. So I just wanted to make sure that that was correct.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Palladino.
In short, until they pretty much have cash in hand for the roughly $14,000 it costs for the board, we would not receive the board. Anything over and above that is additional revenue that we could obtain within the next 10 years. So they wouldn't even send the board to us if they only had cash in hand or contracts for $6,000. They won't do it until they have enough cash in hand to send us the actual equipment.
Mr. Chairman, I see Mr. Foose, so after he finishes, I'd like to make a comment.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Foose. Go ahead.
Yeah, I believe Ms. Hogan asked the question that I had in mind as well, because it seemed like there was some confusion about how this might have an impact on the budget. It seemed like this was a potential solution to help reduce any negative impact to the budget and actually provide us with something that we would need over the next decade with having minimal impact on the budget. And I would imagine that over the next 10 years, I would certainly hope that our sports programs would be back in the gymnasium or on the fields competing. I don't think this COVID situation is something that should that we should be looking to avoid solutions for things in the long term. And again, I believe this the intent of this is to actually minimize the impact of the budget by replacing something through a different revenue source. So I commend I commend Mr. Palladino for being creative in his thinking and approach to this and bringing it to the board.
Okay, with that said, is there anyone else that has a question or comment?
Ms. Nyman's hand is up again. I'm not sure if that's a leftover or another comment.
Ms. Nyman, you have another comment or question?
Yes, I do.
Okay, ma'am, go ahead.
We see colleges not even going back yet. And yet we're worried about this now. And okay, so we don't have sports for the next 2 years. That takes that contract out even longer yet. We need to worry about right now. And right now is about getting our students back to school. Thank you.
Okay, I guess what we are looking for is some direction. Is there, Dr. Bennett, I'm going to ask for your advice again on this. What would be the proper way to phrase? Is there a consent of the board who would agree to this proposal, or do we go who would not agree?
What you would be looking for, if there is a majority of the board members who would want this to move forward for consideration for approval on the 28th. Again, the part of this is just a matter of they would go reach out to the company, begin the process, which would then, of course, require a solicitor to review it, because the solicitor obviously would, which would also trigger the opportunity for Mr. Foos's question to be answered. And if that is a concern, that would be brought forward to the board also. And again, it will come to the board on the 28th. And if you're not comfortable with the results of it, then you would vote it down. This is not approving in a contract. This is approval to move forward in the process. And then it will come back before the board for approval to actually sign an agreement based on whatever terms and information were brought forward. Because this is just a discussion item, it's not a voting item.
Okay, so I guess we need some direction. So it'd be easier to say, we're looking for a majority of the board, so I think it's easier to ask who would not be in favor, and we'll go from there. Is there anybody on the board who would not be in favor?
I've had my hand up for a while.
I'm sorry, Ms. Deeroff, I'm trying to navigate this. So
That's
please.
okay. I understand. It's very difficult. All I wanted to say is we have over 300 people online. I'm not against this table. I think it's bad timing to bring it up now. And especially solicitor hasn't looked at it. So there's another thing unknown. But I don't want to lose the 300 people we have online that came on tonight to talk about getting back to school while we discuss a table. And I don't mean to be so blunt, but that's what's going to happen. It happened before. We lose the people that came on here to listen how we're going to get our children back in the classroom.
So, Mr. Chairman, you're at the point where we could actually move on by what you're doing at this point.
Yeah,
by getting an understanding where the board is, and that would allow us to move forward.
Yeah, I think it's fair that, from what I'm hearing, I think there's enough interest that we could move forward. And of course, there's going to be more opportunity for questions and answers, and we'll go from there. So please direct any additional questions or comments this week, and we'll move forward from there. Is that fair?
That works. Thank you.
Okay, so I think it is time to move on. So we have what is it? St. Luke's University Health Network contract. So Dr. Benning, can you please?
Mr. Palladino?
Thank you, Dr. Bedden. What the next portion is, we have a proposal from St. Luke's Sports Medicine. We usually have a part-time contracted through an outside source athletic trainer, which we use at the senior high and for events down at both middle schools. The company that we have been using for the past 2 to 3 years, they are no longer offering those types of services. So we went out and contacted 2 organizations who we had very high recommendations from. St. Luke's gave us a proposal. With the proposal, it's not just a simple contract. It has a lot of sponsorships and donations and other services that they are willing to give back to the school district. So with us tonight, I have Dr. John Hoff. He's from St. Luke's University Health Network. He's going to go over the proposal that he's offering the school district. That way, if we have specific questions, we can ask him while he's on here. So Dr. Hoff.
Dr. Hoffman, Mr. Chairman, this is another item that, because we don't know what decisions are coming forward from the state with regards to sports, we have to plan to be prepared for what if we're still in expected to participate. So this is another item that prepares us to be able to meet the needs and the well-being of our students and provide the extracurricular activities that may or may not be going forward next year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
Dr. Bedden, can you hear me fine?
Yes, I can.
Okay, fantastic. And I appreciate the board's time, and I appreciate Mr. Palladino inviting me on this evening. And I do appreciate the comments of the board members that have, suggested that getting our students, getting our children back to school safely is the top priority. I couldn't agree with that more. I sit on the PIAA Sports Medicine Advisory Committee, and we had a meeting last night, and one of our charges was to continue to provide guidance for the safe return to sports should it occur. I think all of us have a lot of questions about that. So in that spirit, we were reached out to for some ideas about how we could support Boyertown Area School District. And so what I presented, and I sent along a short presentation. I don't know that we necessarily need to go through all of those slides, but I just wanted to kind of give an overarching kind of presentation as to what our approach is and how we look to come alongside school districts and support them. So we've quickly become the region's largest sports medicine provider, but our focus is on quality, access, and service. Our understanding is that you have 2 athletic trainers at the district, and you've had a 3rd that's been supported by an outside agency. And so we have a number of relationships like this where we come alongside and we provide the kinds of services that would have been given in the past. The other thing that we like to do is we like to leverage our experience as a university health network. Since we have a medical school, close to 30 graduate medical education programs, our focus is really around educating all the time. And so what we try to do is we try and tie that into the relationships that we have. So in the presentation short slide deck that I did share with you, you will see, you know, some slides that have reference to Chapter 339 and career counseling. We love to come alongside advanced science classes. We know that some of this stuff might be a bit of a stretch, certainly for the early part of this year. But I know we all believe that we're going to come out of this in time. And so with that being said, you know, what we would like to do is, you know, position ourselves to support the district and provide students with access to a lot of unique kinds of opportunities. So that's a good slide to kind of stop out there. Our program is kind of integrated amongst the different specialties at the network, but I really want to try and focus on the sports medicine tonight. There's a number of other things that we provide. We'll pick up the cost for your concussion software that typically, depending on the size of the school district, might be $1,000 to $1,500. But that's something that we provided in our sports medicine program since its inception about 10 years ago. On the next slide, just some ideas about some of the educational programs. And this is not a comprehensive list, but this is where we leverage different experts that we have at the network to come. And this is K to 12. So this isn't just targeted towards the high school. It was a good community partner, certainly with access, you know, on 663 there and then in Pennsburg as well. What we do is we look to bring people to come and provide education for the students, but also for teachers, for staff. I found the presentation on your wellness committee and those initiatives intriguing. There's a lot of ways in which we come alongside wellness committees and support their efforts. Would love to take a look at how we could potentially do that. So a lot of these topics, one of the big points of conversation this year as we met with superintendents and school districts was around behavioral health. So we like to look at how we can support, whether it's through education or related services, districts' needs in those areas. The next slide has to do with sports performance services, and we know school districts have, you know, different programmings for this, and you know, this may be out in the future a little bit, but one of the things that we like to do is where we do have individuals that can access our facilities, staff and teachers and administrators and school board members, we like to pass along discounts for fitness memberships, but we also like to come in and provide sports performance testing for coaches so that they can look at how their athletes are doing. And that's something that we provide complimentary to school districts as part of our sports medicine program. The next slide is just a reference to some of the things we do around behavioral health. So we're not narrowly focused on just sports medicine, but we work very closely with our behavioral health colleagues, offering up to Tier 3 services to school districts. They work with the school districts program. So in the future, I see that as something we consider these things to be relational. So as the relationship strengthens and there's a need, and the district requests maybe some additional information or services, we certainly would want to take a look at that. The next couple of slides actually show you some pictures of some of the things that we're doing with different school districts. This particular initiative it's called D11sports.com, but we're doing it in multiple districts. And since we're a multi-state health network that covers about 7,000 square miles right now, what we did here is we partnered with a expert in the sports broadcasting and journalism area, and we actually developed a program. today what we're doing is we're actually providing some of the technology so that schools can stream games and the students can learn how to do play-by-play and interviews and those kinds of things. For those that want to go off to school to maybe study in this area, this is a career opportunity or career track for them. So that's one example of what we're doing there. And then the next slide is an example of some of the things that we've done in advanced biology classes. So we'll bring in our expert surgeons, or we'll have field trips to some of the places that will do dissections, and we'll have students participate in that. So what you see in there is some of our orthopedic surgeons leading instruction with students. And that's something that we love to do. It's what we do in our orthopedic residency program and our sports medicine fellowship. But we love to get students excited about the career paths that they want to follow. So this is just another example of that. And Dr. Scott Doroshow, who's at our Upper Bucks campus, enjoys doing these types of things. And I know he would enjoy coming to Boyertown when the conditions allow for it. The next slide is just kind of a mix of examples of different students and educational opportunities that we have for not just students, but staff and members of the community. We like to get involved in that. So as we look at our footprint now and in the future, you know, these are the kinds of things that we would like to look towards, again, as the relationship matures. The next slide, and we can kind of go through these quickly, but these are individuals who are part of our expert team, pro and Olympic athletes. So obviously that's Steve Carlton. We like to bring him out to school districts when we're doing injury prevention for baseball and those types of things. The next slide has Chanel Price, and she's an Olympic level sprinter. We like to bring her out for all ages, but certainly to get young individuals, young ladies excited about sport and participating. She's a fantastic spokesperson for us, a great ambassador for wellness. So I could see her playing a role in the wellness committee initiatives as well. The next slide has David Akers. He's one of our spokespeople, and he's a great motivator, but we use him for some football clinics, kicking and those types of things, but a great motivator for young people, great message. So that's David. And then the next slide is actually a young lady who just made so the next slide is Mandy Marquardt. And Mandy just made the long track. It's a little bit disappointing for her because she worked very hard. She's actually a diabetic athlete. She made the long track Olympic team. So she'll be participating there. But we use her to inspire young people in exercise, those that have diabetes. She's there with one of the Emmaus athletes. So we use her to inspire individuals to stay physically active and to use it to manage their condition. And then the next slide is we have a relationship with the Lehigh Valley Wrestling Club, and that's a residency club that has world-class and Olympic wrestlers. We've sponsored clinics. We like to bring those to different areas. Would love to bring one out to Boyertown. That one there has 5-time world champion Adeline Gray. So they come in and they run clinics for student athletes. And again, that may be off in the future a bit, but those are things that we would like to look out into the future with Boyertown. And then the next slide is actually a young lady who's on my staff, who is actually an Olympic level weightlifter. She's a sports performance coach for us. We've used her to develop a program called Empower with Power. Girls training girls. So this program was designed to get young ladies in the elementary school ages up to middle school physically active. So she actually was on track to participate as a member of the USA weightlifting team in Tokyo, but again, the virus had different plans for her as well. But a great member of our team, would love to roll her out to Boyertown as well. And then the next couple slides, just for example, this is Jarvis Johnson, a former NFL player. Great story. We love to bring him out, talk to the young people, especially those that have had some challenges growing up, specific challenges. He's a motivator. We use them in a number of school districts. And then the last two that we have there, Dr. Bedden, are two community ambassadors. One there, Mike Caramelli, he's former Penn State captain. So he, and then the next individual, Bobby McLaren, who was a football player at the Naval Academy. They both develop programs that we bring out to the communities that we serve, to try and encourage individuals to find the right way to stay physically active and really teach the right message. So that brings me to, the proposal is basically to provide that third athletic trainer, but we always talk about, it's really about the relationship. And, we look at starting, small. We always, when we start off, we provide what we call new partner sponsorship. If we're renewing one, we call it a loyalty sponsorship. And I think that was where Nick and I had a conversation, really for those donations. So in our proposal, we suggested a $20,000 new partner sponsorship. Really, it's not prescriptive. You could target that for any need that the district might have. We like it to be used to drive what we call fit for life message, which actually rings pretty similar to some of the things that I was reading in your BASD wellness policies and initiatives. So we like to see it used to drive some of those types of things, but there's really there's nothing prescriptive. And people always ask, well, what do you want in return for any of that? And what we want is the opportunity to build the relationship, have some recognition, hopefully get people to learn a little bit more about St. Luke's. And if we've done that, then we're quite comfortable. In addition to that initial new partner sponsorship, one of our big passions is safety in sports. So we always provide a couple of new AEDs whenever we look at one of these relationships. We work very closely with Rachel Moyer and the Moyer Fund. She has a passion for this. I've worked with her for about 25 years. And then that's just kind of the startup. And then each year what we like to do is provide a contribution of $5,000 to the district. And again, not prescriptive. They can use it wherever they might need to use it. And then we like to offset some of the costs of athletic training supplies. That's a smaller amount of about $2,500. We know that budgets are often stretched for that. And then one of the last things, tying it back to our educational mission, is the contribution of funds for a scholarship. So there's $2,500 each year. We're not prescriptive on how the district handles that. We know that most districts have some type of scholarship committee. What we do like to see is that however it's given each year, two $1,250 scholarships or five $500 scholarships, however it's given away, we look for it to go to a student that is indicating the pursuit of a healthcare field that kind of matches with what we do. So that's a way in which we can help the district achieve their mission and kind of bring it full circle. So annually, there's about $10,000 that we give back to the district. Our fee annually is $25,000, so your net is about 15 on that. And again, it's mostly to build that relationship, provide the additional third athletic trainer support that Nick and the athletics program needs. And then in addition to that, we also, if there's a large event that's sponsored on the grounds, we'll provide some additional support so it doesn't stretch the staff too much. That's something that we've done, again, since the inception of the program about 10 years ago. But really it's to try and have the opportunity to get involved in programming, whether it's wellness, whether it's in the classrooms from K to 12, whether it's a career fair, whatever it happens to be, along with other individuals that should be there providing that type of opportunity for your students. So with that, I'll take a breath because people probably have some questions, and I'd be more than happy to answer any of those. And if Nick, if I missed anything, please point it out to me and I'd be glad to cover it.
Okay, let's move to questions. I see Ms. Nealman, Ms. Duroff, and Ms. Hogan in the order that I have on my screen. So Ms. Nealman. Ms. Nyman, you're up, please.
You can bypass me. I forgot to take my hand down.
Okay, that sounds great. Ms. Hogan, did you have a question?
I do, thank you. So just a quick question. I know you had indicated that you have behavioral health support. Is there any like specific programming that you provide? I know right now it's kind of an emerging topic about, mental health in sports. Is there any kind of support for that?
That's a great question. Actually, one of our psychotherapists, our lead clinical psychotherapist, actually works with Major League Baseball. She's actually the person that when they have some issues in Philadelphia, she'll get the phone call and she deals with the Phillies organization, or in Allentown with the Iron Pigs. So what we've done is, especially during this period, during COVID, and a lot of athletes lost their spring season. There's a lot of depression, many mental health issues. So we actually set up an online program for student athletes to access that. There are other programs that are available, but most of our target in that program has been working with the school districts, counselors and team to get approval from whoever the agency is to look at setting up some additional services at the school, if that's something that they're interested in. Again, these are all driven by the school district and who they work with, and there's many other providers, but in the other school districts, we work with about 60 different school districts and school programs. So we've come alongside those school districts to work with their county agencies to get the approvals and then put a program in place. And sometimes that's an additional licensed clinical social worker. In other places, it might be an advanced practitioner. So that's probably a conversation for down the road, but I think that swings back to maybe the earlier comments where many of the more important things that we're going to be looking at have to do with everything but sport.
So part of my concern is that our seniors, especially, if they're not able to play their senior year, anyone who's been through the recruiting process knows how important that senior year is, those films, things like that, and that these students may be having a lot of anxiety and, like you had said, depression about that happening to them. And I was just wondering, I know that it's really a specialized thing. I think it's sort of, sometimes only other people who are really understand the sports world can really understand how impacting that is to a student. So, yeah. So I was just curious if that is something that you'd be able to help with.
So Amy Allenson Dunn, who is the person who provided that program, that's something that she's very interested in. If there was interest on the district side, again, these are driven by the district, right?
Sure.
The request. If there's interest, we certainly would want to open up that conversation and connect Amy, because I agree with you, especially if things go the way in the fall that many of us fear, then, it would be great to have that opportunity to have students to be able to talk with someone or in a group, talk through some of those things, and best to have the experts doing that. So I couldn't agree with you more.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay, Mrs. Denon, you're up.
Yes, thank you. This is more of a question for Mr. Palladino, I think. I think this is an awesome program, and I think for especially some of our more elite athletes at the high school, it could be very, very beneficial. But the reason, when I was looking through the background information, Mr. Palladino, do we or do we not need a third athletic trainer to support our athletic events? I mean, I totally understand with the fall, it's in question. But did this all come about because we are in need of a third trainer to be at games? Let's just say it's just spring sports this year.
Yes, this proposal came about because we had a third contracted trainer, and that company discontinued their services. So
and how much were we paying for that third contracted trainer?
Roughly, it was 14,400 a year. And that
Okay.
was for roughly about 12 hours a week. The St. Luke's proposal is 30 hours a week from, we call it heat acclimation week, which is usually August 10th until the end of May. So that's, if we look at with all their sponsorships and donations, if you bring them onto the mix, their total comes to about 15,000 a year. So it's a $600 difference for me, which I can easily absorb in my current budget. And then if you include their what he called his partner sponsorship, which was $20,000 a year, and take the cost of the AEDs they're looking to donate, that would have to be, we would do that on if we signed a 5-year contract. If we took all of their donations and we used them back to offset some of the costs, it would cost us about $10,400 a year.
Okay. But we have the opportunity, since obviously we have to decide whether we're going to move this forward. I really don't at this particular time think that we can invest into in a 5-year contract, but I would certainly, if we need another trainer, and the difference is going to be $600, and we're going to get obviously a lot of extra things than just having a trainer show up at games, then it's something I could support. But I wouldn't at this point feel comfortable with everything that we're going through, supporting it as a 5-year. I just wanted to make sure I understood the numbers and the need for the district, because I am trying to be cognizant of the fact that it's 5 after 9 and we haven't gotten to the main part of this meeting.
Okay, I guess we move on to the next question. I have Ms. Deeroff up next.
I didn't raise my hand this time.
You didn't raise your hand. I have it on my screen. Do you have a question?
No, I didn't raise my hand either. Thank you.
Okay, then we'll move on to Ms. McWhirter, and then I would like to proceed and get on to what I know the majority are waiting for. So Ms. McWhirter, question?
Yeah, just a quick question. So if we don't do sports this year, what would happen to the contract?
Yeah, so exactly. So probably exactly what happened in the spring. So when things shut down in the spring, we prorated all of our contracts. We redeployed our athletic trainers that we had working to support other essential business functions. It might have been at the hospital, or it might have been in industry with occupational medicine. So yeah, if we don't move forward, then we're not going to invoice you for for the cost of that athletic trainer. And to the point on the contract, the 5-year contract, when we're investing that type of money, we look for 5 years, but we've got all kinds of models that we've approached, and we've worked with we haven't worked specifically with the attorney, I think it's Sultanic. We work closely with their firm. We just finished a contract with one of the school districts with Fox Rothschild, so we've worked with that. So we've done 3+2s. Where there's, in the middle, we can take a look at it and then decide where we want to go from there. So there's different options. We understand.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, if there isn't any further comment or questions, Dr. Bennett, again, I guess this will be brought forward to our voting meeting, or are they just looking for direction and information?
It was information, and it would be something that they would work on and bring a final proposal for the board to consider on July 28th.
Okay, fair enough. So with that, I would like to move on to our overview of our health and safety plan. And I believe that would be Ms. Torsha.
Actually, that will be me, Ms. Torsha, and Mr. Stout, the whole team, but I will be kicking it off.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
1 second. So first and foremost, we want to make sure that we remind everyone who's listening that this is a work in progress. Things keep changing daily with COVID-19. Regulations, guidelines consistently change. The letter that was sent out, as it said in it, was intended to provide a highlight, an overview of what was being considered. Nothing is final or done until the board votes on it, because that is also a requirement from the Department of Ed that districts were to develop a plan for the safe reopening of schools. And this is an attempt based on the information that's available to try to do that for the board's consideration. There are 4 requirements. One is to submit the health and safety plan for reopening for school board approval, and then that has to go to PDE. We also had to submit a return to play athletics health and safety plan for the school board for approval. That was approved in June, but you will be getting a revision because of the change that was made after the plan was approved with the requirement for masks. And we continue to get changes from the Department of Health. So that document will continue to be fluid also, just like this document or whatever document that you ultimately approve for the reopening of schools will continue to be a fluid document because of guidelines and information continues to change. Both of those documents have to be posted on our website for public viewing. The athletic health and safety plan is already up. There is a public version of this presentation. While it's not a plan, again, with the intent of being transparent, that's available for the public to view. Each school entity was required to identify a pandemic coordinator and or team. We did both, which you will see later. We have a coordinator designated with a team in place. Our team has approximately 20 people that have been participating in it. The roles include being part of the response team, part of the plan development, and or you could be a part of both. Our pandemic coordinator has been designated as Ms. Torsia, an additional duty added on in addition to her being the point person for our safety and security measures. A part of that team included myself, the assistant superintendents, a number of directors in areas of human resources, facilities, transportation, technology, special ed, food service. The board member who was consulted because it fits in their area with policy community engagement is a board member, this chair, Human Resource Policy Community Engagement Committee chair. Curriculum supervisors are nurse. We have an external physician that we've been engaging, and then also our association representatives for consultation as we develop plans and consideration of the impact on teachers. And we do have a parent representative who actually works in the emergency management field, has been designated part of the team. The pandemic coordinator and team are responsible for facilitating our local planning process. Once the plan is adopted, they are also part of our monitoring and implementation of our health and safety plan, and then continuing monitoring of the data and assessing the implications to our school operations, because we will continue to have to make adjustments to the plan as we go out through the school year. Understand that the information that you are going to receive next was based on the current information that we had at that time. And again, we continue to review information and try to update the information. There are 4 guiding principles, and that was as long as there are cases of COVID-19 in the community. There are no strategies that completely eliminate the transmission risk within our school population. The goal is to keep the transmission as low as possible while safely continuing school activities. Our reopening is based on the county's current designation, whether we are red, yellow, or green, that comes from the state. Any change in that will mean that we have to change what we do within our plan. The plans require us to designate what activities and efforts that we put in place based on the designation. So it is tied to the local designation also of your community. Now the state determines that designation. So you heard a parent mention earlier about being careful with regards to state and national data, which I understood their point, but our reaction to what we do on our plan is triggered by the state's designation of red, yellow, or green status. The local health data is to be continuing and monitored. That's why we are also trying to have a dedicated nurse as part of that process. Our schools also are asked to and are currently working to do things at the school-based level to support the efforts that are being outlined in the plan. Again, we have phases. The red phase, schools remain closed for in-person instruction. That's what we previously were in, but we were closed down on either March 12th or 13th, where we got basically 2.5 hours notice that we had to close. The yellow phase and green phase, the schools may provide in-person instruction after developing a written health and safety plan, which is what we're doing now. The key word is may, and it has to be approved by the board and ultimately sent to the state. The domains in our plan, in the plan that are required by the state, there are 6 of them. They are monitoring student and staff health. They are tied to social distancing and other safety protocols, cleaning and sanitizing, disinfecting, and ventilation. Other consideration for student and staff, the health and safety plan professional development, and a health and safety plan communications. This ultimately, once completed, will be obviously made available for public view and obviously prior to board vote on approval. Some areas of consideration included our stakeholder data, which we would share a little bit of. We had a survey that was sent out to our community. There are a number of agencies that are providing information, and quite honestly, some of the information is conflicting. They're not all in agreement. AAP, the American Academy of Pediatrics, CDC, WHO, and Pennsylvania guidelines. Even within the state of Pennsylvania, you have the State Department, which is in Harrisburg, and then you have regional offices. And I will tell you that in sitting in both meetings in Montgomery County and even in Berks County, when we sat and compared the information side by health departments within the state, they don't all agree. And those 6 regional health departments don't report to the state office. But a big part of the direction that we're looking for is guidelines for social distancing, the personal protection equipment, and mitigation strategies. The work inside the district has been both administrative planning, a variety of committees, a vertical alignment across grade levels and departments, critical skill area identification, and transportation considerations. In essence, how do we operate and provide school to our student and our families within our district, within the current conditions that we are in? In the monitoring aspect of it, the big part of it is that parents and guardians are going to be asked to perform screening at home each morning. And some people ask, why would we do that? It has logistical challenges, educational implications, and privacy challenges associated with it. Privacy, as we've discussed with our legal counsel, logistical, which American Academy of Pediatrics has even pointed out, and educational implications because they also talk about the lost instructional time. And quite honestly, there are staff who are uncomfortable. How do we continue to deploy the resources for them to be responsible for symptom screening and monitoring each day? District staff are expected to perform their symptom screening each day. They also receive communication from HR about the expectations of reporting. Daily temperature screening will not be required at the school for student staff prior to starting the school. It is something that we are asking to start even before a student leaves to get on the bus, even before a student leaves home and is dropped off. And we know that this has mixed responses to it with regards to those who feel like a school should try to be able to mitigate and mandate that process within the school building. Staff, which has already started, for those who are working, are required to complete a COVID-19 certification acknowledgement, which was reviewed and developed by our legal counsel. We also have temperature screening for visitors that come to our building, and it's not on here, but we're operating under appointment only, and that will continue even when school is in session. Non-essential visitors or volunteers will be restricted. So if there is not an essential reason for the person to be allowed to enter the building, they will be denied access to the building. Where we do have to have visitors or volunteers in the building, they also will be required to complete a COVID-19 certification process. That will either be by form, but we're in our process now of having our Raptor system, which is our visitor management system, being upgraded to actually do and participate in some of that certification and screening process. How a person responds to key questions will automatically trigger the Raptor system to not generate a visitor pass, for example. Students and staff, educational, will be provided constant education via signs about signs and symptoms of COVID-19. We will continue education programs around mitigation strategies associated with hand washing, hygiene, rituals and routines that play a part in slowing the spread of the COVID-19. The biggest mitigation trigger that American Academy of Pediatrics outlined in lieu of doing the symptom screening in school was that you should have an immediate removal and isolation process established. So students and staff who start identifying with symptoms or signs of COVID-19 will be immediately sent to see a healthcare provider within the building, and that will be the school nurse. Based on the nurse's analysis, those people will be expected to be removed from the premises immediately. In the absence of the person being able to be removed immediately, for example, a student who has to be picked up by a parent or guardian, we are working to have an isolation room in each building where they will be held pending pickup. Masks and face coverings, which have gotten a lot of attention, as effective of July 1, the rules change with regard to mask and face coverings. At this time, they are required because of the directive from the Department of Health that did come down on July 1st. Originally, we were following the American Academy of Pediatrics recommendation that to support classroom instruction, masks were to be required to be worn once you got within 3 feet of a person. Anything outside of that, masks were optional. And they made that recommendation because they recognized the difficulty in providing effective teaching and learning environment for students and staff. It does not mean that a person could not wear their mask if they so choose on their own at all times. But at this point in time, the Pennsylvania Department of Health has mandated masks at all times, and we have no choice in that matter. So I mentioned students and staff will always be expected to carry masks covering with them, so they should always have one with them. They will be required also when you travel in a district vehicle, during the transition of hallways and identified common areas. If you become or identified as symptomatic, you will be expected to immediately don your mask, and of course that process includes going to see the nurse for evaluation. As stated previously, if minimum social distancing for classroom instruction under our original plan was not more than 3 feet, you would be required to don a mask. At this time, they are required until the state makes any other changes to that directive. And of course, we are giving guidance on the regular washing of the mask for cleanliness and disinfectant and sanitizing. With regards to social distancing and transitioning, the basic tenet of that model is that it's about keeping people separated with the goal of limiting the spread to other individuals. It is by far one of the fundamental efforts in lowering the risk of the spread of COVID-19. In our model, based on American Academy of Pediatrics, our classroom seating and desks are all right now being designed to be 4 to 6 feet or more in distance. Unfortunately, when we did analysis of our school district, all of our classrooms could not accommodate 6-foot spread. Our goal always is to start with 6 feet. Our maintenance staff has been told to go no lower than 4 feet. And again, the American Academy of Pediatrics has outlined that they're finding that there are benefits with coverings that also get the benefit within 3 feet, the same thing that you get for 6 feet distancing. We will be obviously altering the classrooms and the configurations of classrooms. At this point in time, we're planning to and expect that all classrooms will be emptied of any personal items from teachers and staff that are not necessary for instruction. We will pretty much have a very sterile looking classroom in rows. The guidance is that desks should be facing the same directions and students facing the back of another student's head. We will, just as you heard in the wellness program, a lot of our additional resources will not be able to be put in classrooms because of the guidance that we were given and because of the need to keep as few things as possible that people can have contact with in the transference of the COVID-19 virus. We will be expecting and asking students and staff to restrict the sharing of items. We will be limiting high traffic hallways, and will require masks in the hallways. Currently, offices are being outfitted with plexiglass, so office areas and individual employee work areas, where there is employee work areas that they can remain 6 feet apart or farther, they are allowed to do so, but once they come in within a range of each other, they're required to use plexiglass or some other mitigation effort to separate them, also when they're dealing with people from the public. Cleaning and disinfecting. Our focus is the use of EPA-approved disinfectants. EPA list N is what we are focusing on. We are directing our staff to do frequent cleaning of high-touch surfaces, which would be things like our drinking fountains, our door handles, our sinks and faucet handles. We are doing restricted water fountain use, not turning off all water fountain. We are encouraging people to bring their own individual water bottles and disposable plastic bottles. So for example, there are requirements from food and nutrition services that require fountains to be available in the cafeteria area if they are to be used. So we are restricting the use, and we'll be designating certain fountains that are still be operable, so that teachers and staff can have controlled access to those areas. One of the concerns, again, for health and well-being of our students is that what happens when students don't have a water bottle or disposable plastic bottle, what would be the resource available for drinking water for them? The best mitigation strategies that continue to be articulated to us is, which we will be continuing to push, is a frequent hand washing and sanitizing. In the absence of 70% alcohol solutions, they do recommend still use of soap and water. We will be having regular communication campaigns about hygiene, social distancing, and other mitigation strategies. Of course, the wearing of the mask. We will try to infuse additional circulation of outdoor air when possible. So any locations that have the ability to open doors or windows, we will be asking our facility staff whether permitting to use those also as measures to help in the mitigation effort. And again, no sharing of items will be requested. When it comes to transportation, we have a challenge. As you can see, and I'm not going to read all of it, but that's the makeup of our current bus fleet. The bottom is the big number you need to focus on, that our total current vehicles are available are 161. And we also have a shortage of drivers. So even in a normal year, without the impact of COVID-19, we always run into challenge with driver availability. So it's not just the issue of having a vehicle, it's also having drivers. Districts across the state, and definitely in Montgomery and Berks County, found that if we were required to do 6 feet distancing, we can only get 12 students on a 72 passenger van. American Academy of Pediatrics even acknowledged that that is virtually impossible for a district to get students to school with only running 12 students on a bus at a time. To actually do that, we would need 200 buses plus drivers, 20 wheelchair buses, and 250 vans. The total need for the district to provide transportation and honoring the social distancing of 6 feet would be 470 vehicles. Our current goal is to roster would be to limit our buses to 48 students per 72 passenger bus. On our vans to have no more than 7 students on a passenger van vehicle. The mitigation strategies. While we want our parents to ride our buses, we have no choice but to encourage parents to consider transporting students when they can. Symptom screening would be, we're asking parents to perform that prior to dropping students off to a bus stop. In fact, we were approached with having symptom screening opportunities, for example, on our buses. One of the legal implications and challenges that was presented was that what happens if a parent has dropped a student off and say that a sign or symptom was indicated by that temperature screening device. We are still responsible for the student. So we would not have the resources available for us to address the needs of that student at a bus stop, nor would the drivers be equipped to do that. So again, the recommendation is that parents actually make sure that they do the symptom screening prior to dropping their children off at the bus stop. Masks and face coverings will be required during the entire trips on the bus. Our goal is 2 students on the bus. You saw the plan of what we hope to accomplish. We will be trying to get more data on how many people will be riding a bus, and you'll see some information on that in just a few minutes. But we also don't want to say that we can do 2 when once we get the data on who's riding the bus, we don't have the resources to deploy vehicles that would only guarantee 2 people on a bus. We will be seating from the rear to the front as advised by the guidelines. We will be assigning students seats, so they will sit in an assigned seat, both to control contact, but also for contact tracing should we have an incident that happened. We did get confirmation with regards to working with our contracted service that they will be able to do and deploy disinfectant on the high-touch surfaces on the vehicles after each run, AM and PM. So twice a day, the vehicles will be disinfected. We will also be using tape marks, trying to show our students where to sit when feasible. The company did articulate that they have on order the QT Plus mixing machines and sprayers from the Hilliard company. The drivers also will be required to wear face coverings, and I believe the first 2 seats, at least behind the driver, will not be used for student use to provide distancing between the student and the driver. Our high-risk challenges are more so for the adults who are working with the students when you look at the data. And of course, weather permitting, to provide more natural air circulation, which would be the windows being open on the bus. Strategies that are being deployed for a food service program. As you know, that the food service is a significant part of many of our students' lives. In fact, we have maintained a food service program throughout the summer and the pandemic crisis because we know a number of our families depend upon the resources that they get from our schools. We will be using a combination where possible of in-class and cafeteria feeding model. That depends on the logistics factor, the volume and size of the school capacity, and our ability to clean the classroom so we don't create another problem. That is called a cohorted model that we will try to put in place if possible for classroom service, but at this point in time, we're looking at the best model possible that will provide a safest model for providing food service for our students and also for our staff. A mask will be required for students when transitioning if they go to eat in the cafeteria. If they're eating in the cafeteria, they will be eating by assigned seats so that we can provide social distancing and seating that is recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics with regards to students, for example, facing the same direction. Cafeteria staff does this. It has been doing this already. They will continue to daily disinfect them high-touch surfaces between lunches. Cafeteria staff will be required to wear masks and face coverings when students are present, but actually that is all the time now as effective of July 1 with the order given by Secretary of Health. We will avoid cross-table seating in the cafeteria when possible, when it's used, and we will also be expecting students to wash hands before and after eating. There will be modifications and trying to create separate lunch periods to minimize the number of students in the cafeteria at one time. We'll be reviewing possible utilization of other spaces to either provide lunch or meal breaks for our students. We'll be reviewing options to utilize outdoor spaces when possible. Schools are working to create an environment that is also safe and protect students from food allergies. And we will have to look at adjusting and modifying our menu choices for service. Obviously, if we are able to do in-class services, we will have to adjust what type of food that we can serve. A final note is that whenever possible, parents are encouraged to provide lunches and food for their students if that will make them feel much more comfortable. We did conduct a survey using Hanover Research. The company is a well-regarded national company that designs surveys that are aligned with best practices. A big part of using them was to have a third-party, separate, independent person collecting and compiling the data so that there would be no concern of any manipulation or changing of data, as well as having a very foundational and strong program of analysis that they created for us. If this works, hopefully. Give me one moment to show you. Wait, can you all see this?
Yes.
What you will see here is a portal that is unique to Boyertown. They have done a number of projects for us since I've been here, cultural competency, and prior to my arrival. But specifically, they did our fall 2020 scenario planning. We did not get any hard documents. They created basically a data dashboard portal for us. As you can see here, we ended up with just under 3,800 responses to the survey. Over 3,000 were parents, over 600 were our staff, which is a good turnout because with CRES and district direct employees, we have about 1,000 employees in a district and 150 students. The survey also provides a view of what our group looks like. So we're able to get data with regards to the role of who responded, what staff representation responded, the impact on our free and reduced lunch population. This also can be sorted by level, elementary, middle, and high school. Responses almost mirrored here the size of the school and the makeup, and we had a pretty good distribution of responses based on what grade level students will be going to next year and what our teachers teach. What was a big item here, there's some key questions, but we're going to focus on some of the key results. One of them was to what extent do you support or oppose the following instructional strategies? The choices were completely in-person instruction and completely online or remote instruction and hybrid instruction. When you first looked at this, it seemed to be pretty overwhelmingly leaning towards complete in-person instruction. And then about 28% of the population was really open to complete online instruction, and we'll address that later. If you don't disaggregate the data, which is what they did for us, that would be misleading to you. What we found is that it changes depending on the level. So you see the growth and interest in hybrid instruction, also a decrease, and in-person instruction. We're also able to analyze the data based on parent and staff. And it shifts again. And then when we go to staff with regards to secondary level, for example, more secondary level staff preferred hybrid instruction with 64% in-person instruction. Where the significant change and shift is at the elementary level, which is significantly more in-person desired instruction. So we look at the key stakeholder survey results and highlights. What we did was focus on some of the key components with a lot of data that we were able to look at. Specifically, when we look at for the response to in-person instruction, as you saw, 72% of all respondents said they favored complete in-person instruction. That was similar for parents. When I say similar, that means it was either within 1 percentage point, either up, higher, or lower. So in this case, it could have been 71% for parents, but the staff was 66%. When you break it out by elementary and secondary, it was similar for parents, with as with the all for 74%, and then 70% of the staff said they supported complete in-person instruction. But when you go to the secondary level, grades 6 through 12, 70% of 6 through 12 favored it. That was similar roughly for parents, but it drops to 64% for staff. Other key questions was around engagement, and all of this is online for anyone to see. We're highlighting this because what we started noticing significantly that there was not always an alignment, as someone, actually a parent referenced earlier, in what staff desires are, beliefs, and needs are compared to parents. So part of, as a district, that we're trying to do is also be sensitive to meeting the needs of our parents, but also of our staff. Districts across the country are struggling with the fact that analysis or projections showing that we may have potentially up to 30% of the teachers that don't return. And there are a number of large districts that have teachers associations that have advocated not returning at all because of fear of their health and well-being. As you know from the research that has been released, while there has been an increase in the number of children who are impacted, by far it is still mostly adult to adult impact with COVID-19, even though Florida just experienced a record of 11,000 children being impacted, testing positive. A key logistics of the survey was that 48% was the top vote getter for being focused on school cleanliness to prevent the outbreak. And then ensuring social distancing guidelines are followed. And that must be a typo. That is 40-something% was the next highest, or 24%, I can't remember. That is not a 4%, that's a typo. What we also found in transportation is that prior to COVID-19, 80% of the respondents said they intended to ride a bus. Since COVID-19, 58% said they plan to ride a bus. And again, we're trying to drill down deeper to get an understanding of that for planning purposes, which we will speak to later. You saw the respondents were the makeup of 80% parents, 18% staff, and 4% students. Demographic-wise, 62% of the respondents had an income over $50,000. The largest spectrum of group was 23% with an income of 75 to 100, just under 125,000. When we talk about the impact of COVID-19, 41% of respondents said COVID-19 had no impact. 23% said it resulted in a reduction in work hours. 17% said it resulted in layoff. 12% resulted in a furlough. And then 10% had to take time off to take care of their children. Those are demographic information that are useful for us, and we're trying to consider the impact this has had on our parent and our workforce community, because many of our teachers also live within the district. So as we talk about trying to reopen, quite honestly, and I appreciate some of the comments that the parents made earlier, it's a lose-lose situation for us. That's what it feels like, because between the conflicting guidelines and limited resources that are being provided for schools to respond and meet the needs to provide a safe teaching and learning environment, it is truly feeling like a lose-lose situation. So the key questions that we were trying to address is how to plan to bring students and staff back in the school building safely and adhere to social distancing. How to engage our stakeholders, which we did as part of the surveying process. How to communicate these meetings, that letter, which was a high-level draft, which was intended to make parents aware of what we were considering. Nothing is final. It was not intended to be a detailed report, but it did need to give a lot of information to make parents and community aware of what we were looking at. And this presentation, and then the one we'll do again at the next board meeting, and any communication in between that time before we get to the final request for board approval on a plan. But once we reopen, we had to also plan for decision-making process should something happen between red, yellow, and green. That is a mandate that schools have to be prepared for. We may be green today, but we could very well be red tomorrow. So the Department of Ed gave schools really 4 choices of models to consider. Total reopen, but that also includes some students and families choosing distance learning. Scaffolding reopening, where students are engaged in in-person learning while others are distance learning. Blended reopening, which is balancing in-person learning and remote learning for all students. And then total remote learning, which is what we previously had under the red phase. We're in green phase. I'm not, other than local choice, there are very few districts in Berks County, if any, that are doing total remote. In fact, I'm pretty comfortable telling you all that all are doing some version and combination of in-person and or total in-person, with parents' options to opt out for virtual potentially. There is no easy or perfect solution that we've come to realize as we look at the data, even within our own survey results. Different people have different feelings about what they want. The total reopen, total open option is available. It is still available for the board to consider. It is the most challenging to limit the spread that we have found. We are focusing our recommendation as a possible model for the board from the administration is the scaffolding reopening, which we actually developed a hybrid scaffolding reopen, which is an in-person for younger elementary school students, which supports the community's childcare issues that we are hearing about. It is a blended learning for secondary and middle and high school students, but still better supports the social emotional needs. And we are also working to expand our fully online option to meet the needs of that 28% of the families and others who may want to choose that we just don't know about. The other options, the blended reopening, which had alternating days and week, our survey showed zero, pretty much minimal support from our community to even consider that. And then of course the total remote, which we saw no support for that option. And even if you do that option, you still have to plan for in-person learning. And that is an option that we keep prepared for should we go to the red phase. So to everyone here, no matter what, if we go into red, we will move back to total remote learning as our platform for instruction. So when we talk about the scaffolding reopening model, it's about some students engaged in in-person learning while others are distance learning. Some grade levels in-person, other grade levels remote learning. So ours is a hybrid of it. We believe it better supports students' social, emotional, academic needs based on what we read from American Academy of Pediatrics. It supports reopening for the economy because we still have to address the challenge that parents and community members are expressing about the need to get back to work as businesses are opening and childcare challenges. It provides critical focus on development and the structural needs of our younger students. It attempts to support family and community childcare needs, everyday attendance for our pre-K through 6th grades, and alternating days and blended learning for our 7th through 12th. Our students' survey results absolutely show that they want to get back to interacting with their friends and their teachers. And so we believe that all levels had to have some form of in-person instruction. We believe our model aligns with many of the recommendations for the American Academy of Pediatrics guidance and trying to balance safety, instructional development, and social needs of the students. Is it perfect? I would not say it is. So what does that mean for an instructional program and the student experience? So in the pre-K through 6, our preliminary plan, and again, none of this is final, is that our pre-K through 4th graders would use our elementary school buildings. They would go to the schools that they're assigned to, the neighborhood zoned elementary schools. They will receive live instruction daily. It may be a modified school day, though, because part of the strategy that we were advised to do is also potentially look at shortening the day, and that may be required because of the transportation challenges we will have. Students will be separated desks by a minimum of 4 feet with a goal anytime of having desks and fixtures 6 feet apart. We will be limiting the number of transitions in and out of the classroom, so you try to create cohort classes, and anytime we can, teachers go to the students rather than vice versa. So that will, for example, be a change in our special areas. Our special areas will encourage to go to the classroom where the students are, whether the students moving, and also to use outside areas whenever possible. We hope whenever possible to have lunches eaten in the classroom if feasible, but if it's in the cafeteria, we have logistic decisions that will need to be made with regards, you heard earlier, with how students are seated, the assigned seating, and also how we serve lunch also in the cafeteria. We will also be looking for, weather permitting, to use outdoor spaces when possible. Time spent outside with regards to the playground equipment will be limited. We'll have limited access, and we will touch on what's happening with the playground areas a little bit later. Grades 5 through 6 on a preliminary plan are looked to be assigned to our middle school. It's important to note that I didn't mention is that this structure also decreases the number of students who are in the building. In many cases, our buildings are now down to about 75% capacity by doing this grade level configuration. Again, they would attend their neighborhood middle school that they would have gone to as a 6th grader. So the 5th grader would go to the school they would be assigned to. They would go to as a 6th grader, and of course the 6th graders attend the school they're already assigned to. And they will follow a middle school timeline for the start and end of the day. That's the tentative plan. We are still looking at transportation and other school instructional day challenges with regards to arrival time for teachers to help be available to supervise students. They will be taught by their 5th and 6th grade teachers. We are trying to work to move the teachers to where the students will be. They will receive live instruction daily. Students separated, again, to maintain between a minimum of 4 feet with a goal of 6 feet in the classroom whenever possible. Again, all classroom sizes, unfortunately, our buildings, depending on the age, are not the same size. So that's why the challenge with regards to the 6 feet. But again, American Academy of Pediatrics advises that 3 feet to 6 feet is acceptable. Limit the number of transitions in and out of the classroom. Again, changes to the specialty area, the same thing with lunch. And then we have limited and controlled large group activities that will be available to those students. So there will be a change in those type of schedules also. 7th and 8th grade, 7th, 8th, and 9th students will be using a high school building. They would attend 3 days a week in the preliminary plan from Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Friday for live instruction. They will follow a high school timeline as far as start and end of the day. They will have virtual learning 2 days a week. Both 7th, 8th, and 9th, and you'll see later the 10, 11, 12, all of our entire district was already moving to a 6-day cycle. So we're all in alignment with the 6-day cycle, and it allows us to actually do this plan when we're already moving to that model. Same thing with regards to students being separated with a 4-foot minimum as far as their desk and a goal of 6 feet, limiting the transitions in and out of classrooms. We will have to restructure the electives. And again, for example, some electives will be teachers who have to transition and work off of a cart going to the students to cut down on transition in the hallways. Lunch eaten in the classroom if feasible. If it's in the cafeteria, will be with restrictions that I mentioned earlier. Limiting and control large group activities. We may have to reduce or have no locker usage at all, and utilize outdoor spaces when possible. 10th, 11th, and 12th would come to school on Mondays and Thursdays for live instruction and follow a high school timeline for the start and end of the day. High school is built for 2,300 students. This grade configuration puts us at about 1,500 to 1,600 students at any one time in a high school, meaning close to only about 75% of the capacity in the building. Virtual learning 3 days a week using a 6-day cycle, following again the same separation guidelines. Everything is the same, just instructional day is Monday, in person is Monday through Thursday, and then virtual 3 days a week. We know we got many challenges, but we also tried to find the glass spots where the glass was half full. And again, looking at the survey results, we believe that we are providing support for elementary students based on the feedback from our survey results for our elementary school grades for every day. All secondary students have the opportunity to have access to live instruction. We're moving grade levels to create opportunities for better social distancing. We also allow secondary students the fluidity to continue learning at home. And we have continued to focus on a social emotional learning for all of our students and trying to find a balanced approach that was articulated by the American Academy of Pediatrics. With regards to our special education students, in short, we will be doing a high degree of focus on physical distancing in specific closed spaces, but that services will be driven to meet fate as determined by the IEP team process. So there is no one model fits all. They will look at case by case and work to meet the needs of those students through our special education program. When we talk about our hallways, we are considering creating one-way hallways where possible to reduce close contact when feasible. We consider placing physical guides such as tape on the floors and on sidewalks to create one-way routes to help our students follow the new norms. Again, we've talked about teachers rotating instead of classes rotating. We've asked principals to look at staggering their class periods by cohorts for movement in the hallway or even dismissal where they have to change classes. And of course, if we do use lockers, to assign them by cohort or eliminate the use of lockers altogether when possible. We talk about the playgrounds. We're in a green phase. There has been no indication that we should close playgrounds completely. The emphasis will be placed on cohorting students and limiting the size of groups participating in the playgrounds as a priority. It is because outdoor transmission of the virus is known to be much lower than indoor transmission. We do understand and know that our play areas will need routine maintenance, and the hand hygiene will be emphasized before and after use of the spaces whenever they're used. The high touch areas, such as the railings and hands, will be cleaned and disinfected regularly if used continuously. However, we do know that our principals are currently planning and looking at reducing the use and possible no use of the playground equipment if they can find other strategies to promote recess and play for our younger students. Questions that often come about testing and screening. The research and the information we're receiving is that it's not clear that testing will reduce the likelihood of the spread of the virus. Quite honestly, the bottom line is, and I've been told this and I've been tested, and they say the test is only good for the time you took it. The moment I leave there and got my results, or something could have happened in between, and I took the test, and by the time I get the results, they're only as good as the actual moment that you actually took the test. We have been told and advised that we have to balance the practicality of performing screenings for large numbers of students and staff with information known about how children manifest COVID-19 and the impact on instructional time. That is straight from the American Academy of Pediatrics. And that's what we're trying to do with some of the things that we rolled out as possible considerations for the plan. We are developing rapid response procedures for removal of people from our buildings and classrooms based upon nurse and physician guidance, i.e. the isolation rooms if they can't be removed from the premises. We are in the process, as we mentioned earlier, of developing a local physician partnership in our efforts to be advising us on our mitigation efforts, but also to provide services and quick access to testing, even for our staff, if possible, should we have a suspicion of a contact. They talked about an AAP that is really impractical to check to be performed prior to students arriving to school. But parents are asked to do that, to check their children at home. We are looking for any time a student or staff has a fever or a temperature of 100 degrees or greater, or symptoms of COVID-19 virus, that they should not be present in school is going to be our standard. Our school nurses are being equipped with to measure temperatures for students or staff. We have ordered and deployed touchless thermometers. We also ordering specialized equipment for key staff. Rather than masks, some staff will be equipped with both masks and face shield. Some will be using just a face shield if it is better suited for instructional purposes. Again, face coverings are required by and mandated by Pennsylvania at this time. The local district is following that directive. Our next steps, obviously, is to continue working on this plan. We welcome feedback. I appreciate, and the team welcomes the feedback, the constructive feedback that we've received from a number of our parents who took time to read the letter and ask great questions. The questions that were asked earlier today was appreciated, and the comments about the challenge that we're facing. Principals are continuing working on a detailed planning for each building that they are supervising, as well as looking at modifying their schedules to accommodate the pre-K through 4, 5, 6 model and a 7 through 12 model. We are in the process of creating another survey to drill down deeper with regards to how many more parents might be interested in a complete online program. We do have our Boyertown online program that we've been doing public outreach on. We also need and desire more specific information with regards to true idea of transportation needs as the transportation department continues to try to make a plan that best accommodates the most efficient and effective way to get students to school, but also create a safe and social distancing model. Mr. Stout did want to speak a little bit about the upcoming survey.
Yeah, the survey, thank you, Dr. Ben, will be, our goal is to have it blasted out on Friday, and that it will be available to parents to fill out for approximately 2 weeks. It is going to, Dr. Ben's point, going to focus on the thoughts about coming back to school next year and what your specific intentions as families may be. And then it's also going to focus on transportation with respect to whether or not you are going to be utilizing Boyertown transportation to and from school, whether or not you might just be potentially utilizing transportation in the AM and not in the PM, or vice versa, in the PM and not in the AM, or whether or not, you know, your child is a walker. So we want to be able to drill down and be able to make appropriate predictions as to what our requirements and needs will be for our families and students. The survey itself is going to be put into Infinite Campus. Infinite Campus does have a survey feature that's a part of the program, and a celebration to our IT team for creating that component of Infinite Campus. So again, to what we were discussing, our goal is to get that blasted out to families on Friday.
Ms. Torsha.
Dr. Bedden.
Are you still awake?
I am, because I'm sitting in my office.
Anything else?
I think that you pretty much covered it, and there's probably a lot of questions.
We keep having questions too, so they'll be among the group that we have. We keep asking questions too.
Maybe I'll get some new inspiration.
Yeah. So Mr. Hemingway, back to you.
Okay, Dr. Bennett, thank you. I see that the hands are going up.
Also mine, Brian.
I'm going to assume basically everybody, so I'm just going to go in the line that I see them here. I see Mr. Foose was first, and then Ms. Deeroff, and then I'll get back to you. So let's start with Mr. Foose.
Sure, thank you. I appreciate all the work that went into this. I mean, it's been quite an undertaking over the past couple of weeks. The entire educational community has kind of been turned upside down, and everything that went into this has been trying to pull together resources absent a cohesive and clear national, state, even local strategy to testing and contact tracing, and that's really made things extremely difficult for each school district, us included. And I think that the plan that was put together is really thoughtful in its approach. I appreciate that that we had the survey and that we utilized those results. And I also appreciate hearing that we're going to have an additional survey, because all of this is changing so rapidly, not just week to week, but even day to day. So parents may feel one way based on information that's available to them. And that might change by the day, by the hour. And similarly, a lot of our staff might be dealing with that as well. So I think it's great to continue to gather that information. I'm curious what some of my other colleagues think, and to hear their questions, because I know that this is something that is constantly evolving. One of the questions I had that I think some parents have had is how the 180-day requirement will be affected by some of the online portions of this, the hybrid approach, and also for the students that would be in that hybrid, some days in the classroom and some days online. What is, in your educational opinion, the impact of that on their future in higher education and things of that nature? I know a lot of universities and colleges are struggling with the same types of things, and many are doing programs online where they previously hadn't. But that being said, I was just curious if that was taken into consideration.
So I would say to you that to the last question first, our older kids are actually partly doing what we're seeing more of the university doing. So in that case, we're actually preparing them better in many cases of what they may be facing leaving us. Because what we're seeing is the blended model is happening more and more at higher ed. Disagree, Mr. Stout?
No, I wholeheartedly agree with that, Dr. Benton. I mean, in my goal in this job is to eventually have some sort of virtual component be a part of every student's program, so they do have the exposure. I did not expect it to happen via pandemic in the process. And to Mr. Foose's point, one of the goals, and we had this conversation with one of our principal teams earlier today, is to really provide more of a I guess the term that's the right term to say is a synchronistic schedule for our kids to follow on the days that they're not in their classroom, so that it doesn't necessarily model what practices we had in place for our continuity of education plan since April. It'll be more of a standard schedule that'll take place, with some tweaks, around that. And as we move forward and get guidance from, the state and also legal advice, that schedule will be more solidified as we get more details about what our requirements will be.
With regards to the state, and I just sent out to the team, there is an emergency declaration now that they have finally given us information on. To your question, Mr. Foose, about 180 days, we've been asking that since we were put out to the emergency action as a concern, and finally some direction was given, and we are able to do online and still meet the 180-day requirement. There are some things that we have to bring to the board for declaration of emergency status that is allowed, that someone finally uncovered. Also, I will tell you that our own solicitor had already given us an opinion, because I give you an example. The question he put, and many of us put, is why are we being treated any different? They let cyber charters do cyber, and they have 100, supposed to have 180 requirements. So we started with that basic question: how can you penalize a traditional school for their online program when cybers are doing it already now? And how do they get around the 180-day requirement? So that was the first thing. The second comment that we made and asked for clarification on beyond that was the fact that it is a declaration of emergency. Why are there not accommodations being made? And that finally just came down with a process that we will be able to fill out paperwork and still be in compliance with the 180-day requirement. So being online within the district, we, at this point in time, have a way to still meet the 180 days. It also helped us realize that there are some different ways that we can address, use this understanding now to address even our kindergarten program with hours that we were always challenged with meeting when we had snow days and end up having days lost for their meeting their hours for the grant requirement. So it has revealed some new tools and resources even beyond this. But the biggest final thing was, it's amazing that everything that's come out has said that children in school, brick and mortar, interaction, social emotional development, in-person instruction is by far the best model. Now, this is what has been said since the pandemic. So then we as superintendents said, well, then why were you all pushing cyber charters all this time? If you're putting this in writing, that is the best in person, and you're telling us to have in-person school for the social, emotional, and academic development, then what changed that you were pushing cybers against public schools?
Sure,
And that's not for an answer, but I just wanted everyone to hear that. That's online right now.
What did you say?
Surcharge charging. The smart card charging.
Yes, it's at 39. Or was that 20?
Maybe we
Can I
should.
remind everyone to please be on mute when they're not speaking? Getting some feedback. I guess, are we okay to go on to the
Yes,
next?
I think I answered Mr. Foos's questions.
Okay, sorry, I got distracted. Ms. Hogan, you have a question?
I do, Mr. Hemingway, thank you. First, as a parent who has, I've volunteered in classrooms from pre-K through 5th grade over many, many years. I want to, the classrooms are not going to look, and children are not going to be learning in the way that they are used to. I would say that is correct. Things like close reading, those kinds of things.
Instructional, yes. Then when I referenced earlier when we were talking about wellness, we literally will be, so when you have small group reading circles and those types of things, a lot of those typical instructional strategies are not going to be available because of the social distancing requirement. We are losing, these are my words, I'm going to own this, so I don't want to have the team. This drives me crazy because everything that we talk about that makes good instruction, a lot of those tools we can't use in social distancing model.
Right.
We will be a very sterile, we'll be going backwards in time. I'm trying to find nice words, appropriate words.
So Dr. Bedden, to your point, just as a side note, Mrs. Hogan, part of the committee that I'm a member of from the Office of Teaching and Learning perspective, one of the tasks that we did last week,
please do,
was really to talk about first of all, what kinds of things are the same? Let's capitalize on things that will be, things where we're confident will be successful and be able to support, and then work from there. And we challenged our team to really talk about strategies that, with these new protocols in place, what true instructional practices would look like in a classroom. So our team has been working on it, but to Dr. Bedden's point, it is absolutely going to have to look different.
I'm asking that specifically because I figured that that was true, and I wanted to make sure that parents understand that when they are making their decision, that the classroom will look different and that interaction will be different. Can you expand on the issues about privacy regarding symptom screening? Is that like HIPAA specific?
We have those designated CDC guidelines that we screen for, and the questions focus on those.
Okay.
So one of the things is you saw in the letter and you saw it earlier in the presentation, we have AAP, CDC, and also the PA Department of Health. The PA Department of Education had a research document done by Mathematica. So we tried to pull many of them. The difference with the AAP is the AAP, unlike the CDC, also took into account the developmental issues with children in their report.
Mm-hmm.
And that was missing that we found quite often. And superintendents often talk about, we get the health and safety aspect, but no one is helping us understand, try to find solutions that work so that we can reopen and still meet the needs of our children.
I do understand.
And I'll be quite honest, the CDC has been somewhat embroiled more in a political battle also.
I understand. It's you're definitely, we're all, and as parents, school board members, administrators, teachers, we're all in a really tough spot trying to figure this out. So
and we have to also make sure that we the confidentiality associated with kids in the FERPA, the student record, all those types of things play into it. So those are the other challenges of what we do or don't do. So for example, you asked the question about if we get inappropriate information about a health issue and what are our actions. And our legal counsel gave us, what I forwarded to the entire board. That is a potential concern, but we also have not only HIPAA, but we also have the FERPA issue that we will be dealing with in student records, that we have certain things that are confidential.
And then I just have a few more questions. So students who would not want to wear a mask or would come to school without a mask, if they had like a medical reason, would they need a note or no? Is it just like going into a store where you don't need any proof of medical issue?
Right now, we are being told, as it's a mandate from the state, so you would need and be asked to provide medical documentation for not having it. We don't get the luxury of, as a commissioned licensed officer in the state, you have the Department of Health and the Department of Ed has given a regulation. Myself, Mr. Stout, Ms. Tertia, all have commissions and licenses issued by the state, so we can't knowingly and purposely ignore a state mandate.
Okay. And then last questions. Do we have any indication that our teachers would be unwilling to return to school, or that we're going to have an issue with bus drivers returning?
I have not been given anywhere. The last communication with Mr. Quigley for bus drivers, first answering that one, was that they're working with regards to disinfecting and cleaning protocols. He's not said anything about bus drivers not returning, but again, and Mr. Uppergrove was on here, the number of bus drivers available has always been a challenge. So it could be. A number of them may be concerned. Some of them are over that magical age that puts them at risk, which is why we're trying to do things to protect them. So, for example, how we seat the students. We will lose some seats on the bus trying to make sure students keep distance from the bus driver. But there's no guarantee with regards to teachers. Some small groups that the staff has been with want more stringent requirements. Others are fine. So again, when you have roughly 500 people, they don't always agree among them.
Okay, I appreciate it. I have about...
The association in our last meeting with them has not indicated anything to me. Barb Richard Are you still here?
I'm still here. Yes.
You've not given me an indication. You had the most recent meeting with them of any feedback of teachers not returning at this point?
Nothing definite. We've met, Heather and I met with a couple of the teachers that are questioning, debating what they want to do because of health reasons. But nothing has been definite yet that we've heard anything that they weren't coming back. We did have a couple that have questions and are thinking and deciding what they're going to do. Only a few.
Okay, I appreciate it. I have a bunch more questions, but I will email them to you out of respect for my colleagues and the late hour. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. Ms. Deeroff, you are up, and Ms. Denon, you are in the hole.
Okay. First, I want to thank everybody for their great job, and I don't think we all have to keep doing it at the same time. They did a terrific job. We all know that. Mr. Hemingway, are you on the committee? I wasn't aware of that.
I think I was mentioned in the committee for the fact that I'm the chairman of the.
Right, so you attended the meetings and you were on the committee.
I didn't attend a meeting, no.
Okay, thank you. Getting back to the questions I had on this.
But let me answer the question, but Mr. Hemingway, as we told the board in the last meeting, that we will work through the committee chairs. We actually said that in a meeting with the board, that because the meetings happen constantly throughout the day, we would keep the board abreast the weekly reports and work through the appropriate committee chair. And he is the committee chair, and Mrs. Torshia even spoke to the fact that she was meeting and speaking with him, not that he was attending the meetings.
Okay, can I ask my questions now, please?
Yes, you can, but I wanted to make sure
Thank
because you
you.
asked a question that implied something that would be misleading. And I
Well,
wanted to clear it up.
okay, but I had asked for board members to be on the committee.
And you know, Mrs. Deeroff, you can show up anytime you want to, because you keep saying that, and we very rarely have. You're the only person that said that. No one else has said they want to attend and be on the committee. So I'm extending an offer to you to.
Well, maybe I'm just more excited to be on something for a
I'm
change.
extending it to you, so you don't have to ask anymore. So which
Okay,
committee
well,
would you like to serve on?
I just
Late,
got,
everybody. Let's move on to the question, please, and save the arguing for a later date.
we're not arguing, sir. We're making comments like anyone else.
I understand. I'm not looking to pick
I'd
a
like
fight.
to
I would just
know
like to
on
keep
the,
moving.
I'm trying to ask a question.
Ask it, please.
It says we're going to eat in the classroom when it's feasible. What does that mean?
That means that the principals and the cafeteria staff and the maintenance team will look and see if there are options to actually do in-class meal serving as a mitigation effort to cut out the transition and large group gathering.
Okay.
So part of the factors also is our ability to have staff that can actually do that type of cleaning behind the students also. That's, for example, one of the issues.
Okay. The other question I had was the online virtual learning. What could you give us some indication of or what that would look like? It would look different, I would assume, from what we had the past couple of months. But what will it be actually teachers standing up in class teaching, or what would it look like?
Mrs. Deeroff, are you reflecting on or asking the question based upon people that would choose to be 100% virtual, or for those high school, the 7 through 12 schedules that would have so many days in class and so many days that are virtual?
Correct. So many in and so many virtual.
Okay. That's a great question, Mrs. Deeroff, and we are learning about the requirements of what that needs to look like to meet the 180-day requirement mandate. I would say to you that it'll be a combination of things. There will be synchronistic. When I say synchronistic, that means that a teacher is, communicating with students at the same time that they're virtual. There also will be follow-up assignments to different activities that might be taking place. I'll give you an example at the high school. One of the things that Dr. Foley and his team has been pretty emphatic about is trying to still maintain the 6-day schedule. So a class that has a lab associated with it, the lab components could happen in the face-to-face elements, but then the follow-up activities might be something that happen in a virtual capacity where those kids are given assignments and follow up, Q&A sessions and dialogue with the teacher. For the most part, it'll be a, continuation of the core work that's happening with the brick and mortar and, just building on the foundation of what's going on.
Okay, so it would be better than what we had this past couple months.
The hope is, Mrs. Deeroff, that that what happened for our continuity of education plan, to Dr. Beden's point, we had about a 2.5 hour window to when they closed the schools. Teachers didn't even have materials.
Oh, I realize that, sir.
To access. And one of the, I try to look at things with the glass half full. One of the things that will be a complete 180 shift is teachers will be going into the buildings every day. And they'll have access to the materials, they'll have access to more resources. They'll have the follow-up components to students' assignments face-to-face, because, when they were virtual, if the student chose to not log on and do any kind of follow-up or follow-through, that was very problematic. But we will be having our mandated attendance with respect to brick and mortar as well as the virtual pieces. So there will be a much greater, higher level of accountability, and in my opinion, much more robust opportunities for our kids to learn.
Okay, I was concerned about the high school because they're going to be graduating and going off to college, a lot of them, and I just wanted to have some assurance they're going to be prepared.
Yeah, absolutely, Mrs. Deroff. They're going to be as prepared as we're able to provide for them under the circumstances.
Right, and there was one thing the water fountains, you said, and I wasn't sure how that was. Some of them will be open, was that, or just in the cafeteria?
Part of the conversation is because it's a common area and potentially a high-touch area, is the consideration for either eliminating all water fountains or restricting the water fountains. We have opted to restrict use so we can have control of which water fountains. While we're asking students to bring their own water bottle or plastic bottle, the staff also recognize that what happens when they don't have those resources and access to water. So they're trying to identify locations in the building where we can have restricted access that has some sort of supervision and control or in a proximity to have access to water still. And then the food nutrition services director also reminded us of some of the requirements of water fountains being required to be available in the cafeteria if you use it. There is regulations requiring them to be on.
Oh, so they do have regulations for that.
Inside it, yes. And
right,
so,
because I would be in favor of closing every fountain, because every medical place that I have been to in the last 6 weeks, none of them have their water fountains on. They're all taped and
yeah. And I think you would be highlighting, Ms. Deeroff, one of the comments that the superintendent of Westchester actually made, that we've watched more guidance being given to restaurants and other places than they've given schools. And it's been one of the most frustrating things, or accommodations with regulations or exceptions being given more freely than what we've gotten done for education.
Dr. Ben, I would like to just interject for Mrs. Deeroff as well with regards to the water. If we don't have water fountains available, then we would have to make water through bottles of water available to students. So that's why we talked about minimizing the number of water fountains that we would have to make sure that we were cleaning on a daily basis.
Okay. Okay, I didn't know if there was regulations for that. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that all your questions, Ms. Deeroff?
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Looks like we have, I'm just going down my list. Ms. Denon, you are next.
Yes, thank you. I just have a few questions. I know, and I totally understand that we are doing the best we can. It is not going to be the level of education that any of us wants for our students at BASD, and I think that all of us just have to somewhat accept that and understand that we're doing the best that we can. In terms of the younger children going back to school, in terms of the desks, like I'm thinking back through K through, I don't even know now, 3. Do they even have desks? Because in my mind, they're tables. So are we going to be able to have desks are we going to have enough desks in those classrooms? And if they're going back and there's 23 kids in a class, is that literally feasible to even have 3 feet apart?
Mrs. Denon. Oh,
go ahead, Mr. Stout.
Yeah, that's a great question, Mrs. Denon, because when, again, to the guidance that's been provided by the state, you have to literally go in there with a tape measure and clear the classroom and basically play a little bit of a chess game to determine if you can get the appropriate amount of desks. Mr. Drescher has done an unbelievable job with his custodial staff to get the requirements, the actual measurements in each classroom. And our principal teams have gone in and have modeled and moved desks around to see how they fit. And there are circumstances where some of our rooms are bigger than other rooms, where we might have to shift a class into a different classroom just because the space is bigger and our classroom numbers might be 1 or 2 kids higher. That could have an incredible impact. But our ultimate goal is to maintain those distance guidelines. To your initial point about the horseshoe tables and rectangular tables and flower-shaped tables and all of those kinds of opportunities that our teachers have given to our students in the classrooms, they are all being removed from the classrooms and they are being replaced with desks. So that has been another daunting task that we are required to do. I was on a Zoom session with our pre-K teachers this morning for over 2 hours, and our pre-K students are going to be on desks. And they're going to be not having access to their small group tables just because of the regulations that are out there. So it is a total transformation, to Dr. Ben's point, of what our classrooms will look like.
Okay, so but we have access to those desks. That was my question.
I do believe so.
Okay.
From what I've been told, they've been stored in different areas, and they're coming out of the archives to
Gotcha.
Okay. Put in. Mm-hmm.
All right. And I did read, and I was on a Zoom, and they were talking about that hand sanitizer and that kind of stuff is in really short supply for school districts, and some PPE equipment. I don't know exactly what they're talking about with that, but is that true, or is that just something that people are just assuming?
No, that's been ongoing even before preparing to open. I mean, there were literally, again, in both meetings, Berks and Montgomery, we continue to raise significant concerns that we have not seemed to have gotten the level of response. While we're not, as we prepare to reopen, our articulation to the state and county officials are this: we are probably going to be the next front line behind the healthcare workers. And we're not getting the response with the supplies and equipment that we need to prepare to open at the rate we wouldn't like to, which is one of the reasons we have been so dogmatic about limiting and holding on to our resources, and why that we've had to be much more strict about who uses our facilities, because we can't be deploying and depleting our resources before school starts, because Mr. Dresser is concerned that he's got to have resources on hand for the opening of school and have time, because there has been a delay at times where we've gotten stuff come in a month later. They were like, we ordered it a month ago and it just got here.
Mm-hmm.
So it is, I talked to him today, like about the alcohol and hand sanitizer stuff.
Right.
And we're stocked now, but we are concerned. And I can't tell you if it's going to get better, but we are concerned about, there has to be a high priority given to schools.
Okay. So, just from a board member perspective, and obviously somebody who actually has to vote on this, and we have to put ourselves out there saying, yes, we agree or don't agree with this plan. It seems to me, once talking to parents and showing the survey, there seems to be about 30% or so of parents who are very, very uncomfortable with sending their child back to school. And I think the fact that we're doing a survey and getting a handle on who's going to send their child back and who is not going to send their child back is going to give us a lot of information that we need to kind of continue, if whatever you would call the phase 2 of the planning. So, I would just encourage parents to fill out that survey and kind of sit down with their families and decide what they're going to do. I do understand wholeheartedly that there are a chunk of parents, 25 to 30%, who do not feel comfortable sending their child back to school, because no matter what we do, there is going to be a risk of sending your child to school. And the answer is how comfortable you and your family feels with accepting that risk. And everybody has a different risk tolerance based on their family dynamics and based on who those children are going home to. So I think if you look at all the science and if you look at all the data, we're never going to totally get rid of that risk. And I think that Boyertown and the plan and all the planning, we've done as good a job at this point as we can do with mitigating that risk by getting our younger children back to school. So my concern is, and I know Mr. Stout has said that we're not going to be obviously having the sit down on the carpet and the teacher's aide or the teacher sitting reading to the student. But I guess my concern is it feasible to say that we're going to have a bunch of kindergartners, wearing a mask and being able to social distance? Or is the teacher going to be spending most of her, time saying, don't touch that, or don't get near him, or, whatever? Has there any been, I guess my question is, has there been any talk among educators about how the feasibility of this?
You're referring to the feasibility of the mask?
Of trying to social distance that young group of children.
Oh, I mean, yes, we and again, that gets to my point that, for the most part, AAP was the one that first came out that tried to kind of provide some guidance with regards to also the developmental age of the children. It is not a natural expectation to tell a second or third grader not to play with their friend or not to do X, Y, and Z with their friend. It is going to be not an easy process. It's the same thing they said about the mask. It is not a natural thing to expect a child to have the mask on the entire day. And thus, our original plan before the state mandate was using the 3-foot rule that they recommended so that there was less likelihood of the issues that they had associated with the mask at a young age. In fact, one of their concerns highlighted was that they were concerned with the risk factor of children constantly messing with their mask and touching their face, that it may increase the likelihood of them touching a surface that may have been affected and then touching their face because they're playing with their mask and moving it. There are a lot of logistical and just developmental supervision requirements that we're going to be challenged with.
Right. So, and again, and I agree with you, although I think that all the science and the data shows that, wearing a mask is obviously the way to go. I did have,
and they don't doubt that. They're just saying about the age and the ability to get them to keep it on.
Exactly. And just one final comment. I appreciate Mr. Stout plugging our Boyertown online learning, and I'm sure he knows that one of my rants has been about the amount of money that we're paying to outside cybers that don't have to follow any of the same regulations or guidelines that we follow. And statistically, they are not very, very good educationally wise. So for those parents who I totally understand do not feel comfortable sending their child back to a brick and mortar school for whatever reason, I think I'm very happy that we are giving them that choice, that they are going to be doing, that they can choose the Boyertown online program that Mr. Stout has set up a really good program with BOL. And I would just encourage any parent who is thinking of doing the cyber option to go ahead and look into our BOL. And I think that there's a little bit of confusion too between, and Ms. Dieroff referred to this, with the virtual learning and the cyber option. So when those kids are home, they're not going to be logging on to BOL. They're going to be doing some virtual learning, which I'm really hoping will be some type of live instruction. So my last question about the cyber is, if you decide as a parent to keep your child home, is there a way that they could log in to that classroom with that teacher, or is that not technology that we have?
We've, Mrs. Denon, thank you for the plug, and I'm going to give another plug for tomorrow at noon. Ron Wales, our secondary curriculum supervisor, is going to be facilitating another online session to give an overview of what our Boyertown online program looks like. There's also links on there to previous presentations that had taken place. So I just wanted to put that out there that literally tomorrow at noon, it's been posted on our Facebook page, our Twitter page. Mrs. Moyer's done a great job with that, and it's also on our website. So, that's out there for them. To your point about the cyber, that synchronistic, component. I do believe that it's going to be a combination of what online best practices will be as far as that process goes. So that is going to be an evolution of how we build the curriculum that goes along with that. To the point earlier, we have I say a lot more time. School starts in a month and a half, but that seems like an eternity compared to 2.5 hours from before. So the hope is that, we have more planning processes in place to support that.
So that is something we would be able to support, though? I mean, I don't know enough about technology.
I'm sorry, your question about the virtual, Mr. Iannelli and I have had those various conversations. We're not quite sure we have the technology that would provide it in a very high quality way, but there's potential that it can happen in a lesser quality way. And I'm going to give you an example. When we talk about the school board going and meeting together again as a group, envision the same scenario for us to go to the Ed Center and meet in the boardroom. And I know Mr. Iannelli and his group was just at the Ed Center yesterday practicing, because there's all kinds of components to factor in with that. But imagine what that looks like, and then imagine all the listeners on the virtual end to be hearing what's going on and really be active participants. So it's almost a very similar process, but we have to really practice, get some protocols in place to see if it is an effective means of being able to do it. I will tell you, I feel confident in saying across the district, in every single classroom, I'm not quite confident we have that capacity, but we might have it in smaller chunks to try to make sure that, all of the issues that we have with technology, even running our board meetings, we don't want to impede the progress of what kids can do, if they have to do it remotely. So we just want to be careful with that.
Okay, thank you so much. That's all I have. Thanks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have up next Ms. Nyman and then Mr. Brophy, and then I saw Mr. Foose has his hands up again. So Ms. Nyman?
Yeah, I have a lot of concerns. One, I've heard from people who have not received the questionnaire. Two, I have people that did not receive the letter that Dr. Bedden sent out. So there's two big concerns. If you're sending out another questionnaire, what kind of guarantee are we going to have that everybody's going to get this one this time? I'm definitely concerned at these different options. I've had people talk to me from all different aspects of it, and I definitely have concerns. I have 3 grandchildren that are going to be going. So yes, my concern is I think at this point I would rather see the kids back full days every day in all grades. And the reason I'm saying that is we have students who have IEPs. How are you going to handle a student that has medical issues that cannot wear a mask?
And they would be, because of those accommodations, or have legal processes to address that. If they have an IEP and they are not able to wear a mask, even the director from the state gave clarity that if there is exemptions that are granted for medical and or special needs, they are granted. So there is a process that was in the order from the state. And as
Okay,
my presentation said, special ed cases will be looked at and developed by the IEP team. So the IEP team would determine the accommodations and an adjustment. That's what I said in the presentation.
okay, but under the HIPAA law, we do not have a right to ask them for a medical reason. Am I correct on that?
Again, if it's a special needs student and it's an accommodation that they believe that needs to be made, they can write it into the IEP.
Correct, and or a 504 plan.
Okay, say I'm the student. I have a medical reason. Under the HIPAA law, I do not have to disclose that reason, though. Am I correct?
No, you're correct. You got the notice from legal counsel. You are correct. That question was asked by Mrs. Hogan, and Mr. Sultanic gave a response that I sent to the board. But he also talked about a removal process that may be required also if there is false information provided. So I would pull out that email and look at it first, and then other detailed questions we would talk to our legal counsel regarding. But you also know that that's a smaller population of students that we also have to do specialized needs and analysis for.
Okay, I'm just questioning because people have questioned me, so I want to make sure I know what I'm talking about.
And Mrs.
But they actually should be talking to the special ed director if it's a special ed case. That really is not something that you can advise them on, Mrs. Nyman.
Not advising them, they're just asking me questions.
And because it's such a sensitive thing, I would suggest.
Go ahead, Ms. Nyman.
They have asked me, and I have told them who to contact. They are not comfortable contacting some of the people. So I am here asking.
It would be a case-by-case situation, Mrs. Nyman, and for the most part, our nurses are fully abreast of students with medical conditions within our building, especially as it would pertain to any medical care that they would need. And as far as our most vulnerable students who would potentially be in some of our other classes, a lot of that information is directly a part of their IEP and some of those classrooms as well. We do have a nurse that is assigned to those rooms.
And I guess I would add to her comment, the reason I was trying to interject, legal counsel has cautioned us about giving general consultation without specifics when it comes to those things, because you could be subject in district to legal action because we give inappropriate information without specifics of the situation. So that's the difficulty that I'm trying to convey, that it would be really, really inappropriate for us because we're only giving you general guidelines without specificity. And that could get us into trouble.
And I have been injecting to them to contact the principal of the school and go through them.
But you're asking us to respond now, Mrs. Nyman. That's what I'm getting at. You've done right by telling them. After that, I'm encouraging you to not say any more is my point. Asking us in a public forum to give a general guidance is making it more challenging. We could be giving you wrong advice. There could be something unique, and if you go back and repeat it to them, it could be incorrect. That's my point I'm trying to make.
Okay, I've lost my train of thought at this point, so come back to me again afterwards.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Nyman. I'll keep you in the queue. Up next, Mr. Brophy. Thank you for waiting patiently. Mr. Brophy,
Okay.
you're up.
Okay, Mr. Hemingway, a question first. Is it appropriate this time also for a board type comment from me, or is this strictly question and answer?
I would appreciate your time. So if you have a comment, I would say sure. That's fine by
The
me.
reason I say that is I think the district has put together a really good presentation on this topic, on this option, and they pretty much answered all my questions that I would ask and expect to see in a draft go back to school plan. So I appreciate that, and my questions are pretty much answered. But I'd like to, in my position as a board member, like to make some comments as to how I see us going forward and where I am at right now on this plan, if that's
And that
okay.
would be, I would say, Mr. Chairman, this is meant to be a forum for us to get, because we need, if you saw the draft, to Mr. Brophy's question for all board members, a good one. This is the point where we need feedback and get some consensus of things that we need to work on and change, because one of the challenges we're running up against it, once we finally got the template to work on, we got to get to a point where we're trying to make sure, as you saw in the plan, of a plan that you all can vote on, because it can't, until you get majority vote, we can do nothing anyway, and we got open school. So anything like whatever Mr. Brophy suggested, and to the other board members, we got to get to a point where we know what are we going back to tweak and change, and where the pain point is, because the sooner we know what it is, we can actually finish the actual health and safety plan, get it to the public for time to digest before you all have to vote on it, and also have that document in a position that you all can vote on it. So what he's asking is really a big chunk of what needs to happen today and going forward for us to work on. If you all remember that timeline we put about making adjustments, then maybe getting the revisions back out to you in a weekly report so we can fine tune it, because it's working against us, because we really do need to be able to tell parents a final, here's what we're going to do. Because what we're hearing, and the reason I went ahead and gave that letter to give the highlights, waiting till today for them to hear it the first time tonight, we felt was too late. That they had to have some idea what was going to be discussed, if that makes sense, to help us start getting feedback to shape it. So anything that gives us some guidance on the consensus of the board, or where we want to tweak things or change it, is going to be helpful, because time is not our friend.
Right. And Dr. Ben, that's where I am. I don't want to lose another week. I want to let you know and the public know where I am right now, and I think the board members should be really thinking along those lines. So with that, I'm going to start out with, first I want to thank you, Dr. Bedden, Mrs. Torsia, all the staff members, the cabinet members, and the community who worked with you. This was a very difficult thing for you to do, to get this presentation together. It was made even more difficult because they continually changed the guidelines on you, continued moving the goalposts, and you continually got conflicting information. So these things, along with the knowledge that I am sure you knew that no matter what you put out tonight, you were going to get pushback, had to make this a very, very difficult thing for you to do. And as we go forward, this vote that's coming up from us is going to be the most important vote this board will ever make. And I like to get some things out there. So I want to thank you, and I'm going to thank you up front, because I really appreciate the efforts, because things I say from this point on might not mirror that. But I don't want you to think it as criticism. I just want you to think that I have a little bit of a different of a philosophy from what your final outcome was on this presentation. Over the last few weeks, many differing views have emerged. I have endeavored myself to keep up with the varying studies that have been published. I don't claim to have medical knowledge of the subject of COVID research, but I do have the ability to understand and read published results. Studies by organizations such as Johns Hopkins, Harvard, WHO, AAP, and also studies performed in other countries such as Australia, Pacific Rim countries, and RIVM from the Netherlands, while not in full agreement, they do agree in one simple tenet, that children are less affected by the virus. In addition, children appear to be less susceptible or prone to passing it to adults. In fact, one study suggests that the teachers who recently got sick were infected in a school that's made the news. They actually got that in the staff room, not the classroom. Now, I also understand that I've just mentioned some organizations, but there's always two sides of the discussion. And there are some very proud medical research organizations such as CNN, MSNBC, CBS, NBC, ABC, the Washington Post, the New York Times, that tell us going back to school is going to result in a crisis of biblical proportions. They cite undisclosed organizational memos, leaks, and unnamed sources as their methods of information gathering. Now, the former group I spoke about, They seek to give us information so we can make an informed decision. The second group tries to get our attention through scary headlines and make our decision for us. Those very same groups urge us to listen to science up until the point the science didn't actually support their viewpoint. As a board member, here's what I'm looking for. A plan that returns our children to class 5 days a week, that uses appropriate safety protocols, which if you look at European studies, emphasizes 3 feet, not 6 feet, in the case of children. Also a robust monitoring and I would say transitional plan should we need to get out of that and go into something else. I think we need to be kept informed all the time and keep constant monitoring to make sure we stay with that. Is there a risk? Yes, there's a risk. But the same PPA, Pediatric Association we talked about, also has stated unequivocally that at the present, the risk of no school is higher than the risk of in-person classes. So I don't want to wait another week, like I just said. I believe the individual board members should also weigh in, because if we have 5 votes to go forward with this plan, then we should go ahead with it. If we don't have 5 votes, we need to let you know and everybody else know that we need to make a transition and change to something else. I love your plan that you put out, but I really think of it more as a backup plan if we can't keep the kids in school. So I just think we need to really get onto this. I don't support a part-time return to class. I'll be real clear on that. But I think we need to find out where all the board members are so that we can move forward and be fair to the staff, to you, and to the people of this district. Thank you.
And to be transparent, so to make sure it wasn't missed that I mentioned earlier, any of those 4 options are available to the board. Ultimately, the board has to approve it. All we can do is recommend. Secondly, as I said earlier in the presentation, initial feedback is there are a number of schools in the county that are going total reopen and trying to do mitigation strategies. So it does exist. Again, looking at the information we had, we believe that we were trying to accommodate. And when you look at it, every school getting in person time, addressing what we believe was an aggressive still social distancing, which was high on the list by reutilizing our buildings in a different manner. But the other options still exist because ultimately the board has to, as Mr. Brophy said, 5 or more people to decide where they are, and that's the bridge we need to build.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brophy. So let's keep moving and see if we can come up with a consensus here pretty soon. Next, have Mr. Foos, and then we'll take another.
Yes, thank you. I jotted down a couple of questions, and I know that we're going late, so I'm happy for any of these to be answered in an upcoming weekly report or between now and our next voting meeting where we'll actually vote on this topic. But I wanted to make sure that I got these questions out. The first is about the redistricting and right sizing that we just went through that entire process, and obviously weren't planning on a global pandemic to be happening at the same time. So for students that would be attending a different school than they would have before the right sizing, and even for those transitioning from 5th to 6th grade, or now that might be based on what's being proposed here, that might be going from 4th to 5th and in a different environment than they were expecting. What are some of the ways that we're looking to help them with that transition, and what types of emotional support will be available? Because whether we're talking about in school or online or some combination of the two, it's going to be a very different situation and setup and educational experience than these students are used to. And for ones that were already planning some type of major change or transition, this is obviously adding to it. So what are ways that we're looking at addressing that given the circumstances? I'm just going to try to get through these because, like I said, I know that we're late on time. In addition, siblings that might be in different parts of these plans, like one in 7th grade and one in 6th grade, or things of that nature. Is there any consideration for that? I know we can't satisfy every single unique situation. It's just the nature of having thousands of students. But is there any thought given to different family members within our buildings? I noticed on the district website that there's a transition page for the 2021 school year. Will we be updating that with FAQs? And how would we direct staff, parents, different community groups like clubs or programs that use our buildings, a resource to point them to, or where they can ask their whatever pertinent questions they might have? And then the last question I have is, I know I personally received an email, I believe. It was intended for all the boards, so I don't know if they BCC'd or how they sent these out. But I received an email from a state senator soliciting feedback from different districts, different boards. I think I saw a lot of superintendents copied on that. Has there been much from the state in way of seeking feedback from our schools and from our school administrators about what our needs are, what we're dealing with, and also as PASBO showed in their report, the likely need for additional, I mean, people tend to think schools closed down, we probably saved a ton of money, and the PASBO report showed that not only is that not true, but in many cases it's costing a lot more money. So is the state soliciting that feedback, or what's the best way for school districts to pass that along?
I'll take the first question, Mr. Foose, with respect to the social emotional well-being of our students. If you remember back to the presentation that I had given a couple board meetings ago, one of the committees that has a focal point is SEL, and that committee is working on what that transition plan looks like, not only for students that are right-sizing in this process, but all students coming back, because they're coming back to a world that's just looking much different, and not to mention, haven't been in a brick and mortar environment since March. So that is going to look much different. And, some of those transition plans that have been discussed is really looking at those first few weeks of coming back to school, presenting in a much different way than what we ever would do. That's going to be most, based upon like the well-being of our kids, the transitional process, what school looks like, kind of procedures, kind of protocols. So the dynamics of what that looks like is definitely a focus of our educators and our core team. That's really helping to support that. So that, it's definitely a conversation and planning processes that are taking place for the SEL of our kids.
I'm going to piggyback on Mr. Stout with regards to your question about some of the other activities for transition. As you know, at the middle school, we have the Bear Ambassadors, and at the high school, we have the Link Crew. And both of those organizations or groups are trying to prepare for the anticipation of these varying students coming into the buildings and making sure that they are, comfortable and feel comfortable in those places. So those things were looked at as well. And just to remind the board that we were awarded a $495,000 grant that I had applied for us that will be bringing approximately 5.5 additional school-based counselors into our buildings over the next 2 years, which will definitely be utilized for re-entry into school, whatever that does look like.
And the other piece is the plan is trying to also move the teacher that the student would have had with them to the building they would be in. So the teachers would go, as I mentioned earlier, with the students. So that would be the face that they were going to have. The goal is to have the same face moving with them. So that fifth grade teacher would be in the appropriate middle school with that fifth grade class, if I remember correctly, right, Mr. Stout?
That was the intended goal. And Mr. Foose, another point that I'd be remiss if I did not bring up is, if you remember with our work with Tom Stecker and a district focus last year was SEL and continues to be, Mr. Stecker and his associates are providing support for our teachers over the summer and our SEL champions. And, Dr. Obero is really spearheading the conversations around that. And the transition process, pre-pandemic goal, as well as post-pandemic, moving forward goal is the fact of having the focus be on our adults and now transitioning to our students. So whether we were, seeing a little bit of the future and the need, which was definitely a need without a pandemic in place to support the social emotional well-being of our students, we have a very prescribed plan to help support our teachers, which is a transition to help support our students.
Mr. Fuchs, any more questions or comments?
No, that was it. I look forward to more discussion on this going forward.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McWhirter, you are up.
All right, I'll try and make this quick. So some of my questions are ones that I've asked in emails, but I just wanted to follow up. But I also wanted to say that I agree with Mr. Brophy. The younger kids are definitely, they don't get this virus as easily. They don't transmit it as easily. We don't know why. Oh, Mr. Updegrove was just waving his hand, I saw as well.
I'll get him.
But I still prefer the scaffolded plan that we have. I don't want the older kids going back for 5 days a week yet. So again, my questions to start with the high-risk students that can't go to cyber school. I just worry about them. And then teachers and subs in particular, can we hire long-term subs, or can we hire 5 teachers that are just going to be subs for the year or for half a year, and have them bounce around, not be for one particular teacher? And then the same thing with bus drivers. You mentioned before that we don't have enough, and so and a lot of, I don't know what the average age of our bus drivers is, but sometimes I know that my father was a bus driver after he retired. And then I just want to make it clear to everybody that's listening that this just isn't a school district effort. This has to be a community effort for our community to stay healthy and for our schools to stay healthy.
Mrs. McWhirter, I can speak to the substitute scenario. If that was a specific question that you want a little feedback on right now. All of our buildings, typically around the month of October, we have building substitutes that are designated for particular buildings to help support our teachers when they're out, meaning that, there's a go-to person in each building. We have had discussions about starting those building substitutes much earlier this year. And with the grant funding that's has taken place, we've have the potential to allocate funding to help support via additional staff for areas that it's required, which could very well be for the substitute purpose. But it does not address your deeper question about what about the shortage of teacher subs, as far as what that looks like. So we have had discussions about that. I cannot speak to the bus driver scenario, but I can tell you that the teacher scenario has been part of our discussions of our committees as well as our leadership team.
Thank you. Yeah, it's just, that's something that I worry about. When a teacher gets sick, then what happens?
Well, we have a litany of concerns with that, not only just the sub issue and across the nation and the national conversations is even with subs, if you have a sub who gets identified as having COVID and they've had multiple classes or been in multiple schools. Those are the type of challenges and guidance that we've been trying to understand. We could very well have a classroom directive to shut down into to a whole school. So it's the staffing issue is going to be a totally new endeavor with regards to not only trying to balance, again, the needs of parents, but also the concern for staff, because there's several parents I've interacted with, I have to remind them with the concern for the mask is really to protect the other person, primary first, and then there's some benefits to the individual. And in this case, it's our adult teachers being protected because we do know that there are students who and others who are asymptomatic also, and also adult to adult issues we've already talked about. They're also finding, again, evolving information, as you know, about how long it still is on surfaces and contact change. So there are a lot of, we just hope it don't happen type things with regards to, because not only the sub issue, but once we have someone out who's identified with COVID, the contact tracing, the level. I mean, the one case we had already this year, we literally were told by a Department of Health that I just had to send it to the entire communication to the entire school. And then because that school had a program in it, I had to extend it to another school because some of the people came from that other school over to the program because we had no way to do contact tracing. So we just had to do the mass communication. So those are a lot of the challenges that we're going to be faced with.
And I also do like the more or less the bubble program of having the kids stay in the room and the teachers are the ones that are moving around, even for lunch, that these kids stay in the room. It just makes more sense. There's less contact issues that we have to think about.
Okay, is that all? Is that all, Mel? Mr.
Yes.
Grove? Okay. I'd like to move on to Mr. Updegrove. He's been waiting patiently. Mr. Updegrove?
Yes, I had a question in the transportation department as far as being a bus driver. I mean, I had a hard enough time keeping my kids in the seats. How are you going to keep the masks on the students on the bus? What would the enforcement policy be on that if they refuse to keep their masks on?
Well, for the bus driver, obviously you give them directives like you normally do, but the bus driver would need to write it up and turn it over to the building administrator. Because right now that is also a mandate from the state that we cannot ignore. Our challenge, honestly, is going to be what are the consequences? And of course, principals have to use age appropriateness in their thinking with regards to the student keeping it on or off, which is what we kind of talked about. But at this point, you need to report it. We're trying to talk about some protocols and procedures because it's now not just what people say discipline issue, it's a safety issue. And, we got to talk about and try to plan for what that would look like, because then they could be potentially putting other students at risk. But the other side is what you just talked about. The exchange between student to student transmission is not as high as a risk factor. But our biggest other issue was the driver being exposed, which is why we are looking at leaving vacant seats near the driver vacant because of that very issue.
Well, I know I heard about that. I was just asking about the enforcement policy on it. The other thing, as of right now, I am in favor of keeping the school open for 5 days. That is my opinion as of right now. That's it.
Okay, everybody has gone through, and I know it's getting late, but honestly, guys, I think this is important that we do get our comments made. Miss Nyman, you had mentioned that you lost your train of thought. I just wanted to see if you wanted to get back in the queue and finish with a question that you may have had.
Yes, I did. I have my hand up.
Okay, and while I'm going on it, I have a hands up from Miss Deeroff and Miss Hogan. Are they up again or are they from before?
Mine is up again. Thank you.
Okay, Miss Deeroff? Okay, well, for now, we'll go with Ms.
No, I don't want to be hollered at again. I'll be quiet.
No, please, if you have a question or comment, please, it helps.
Nope.
So let's go, okay, well, let's go with Ms. Nyman and then Ms. Hogan.
Okay, I made a list up so I can't lose my train of thought this time. Life skills students, were they questioned, their parents questioned about how they want it handled?
Mrs. Nyman, my understanding is that our special education department was reaching out to discuss specific plans with those families.
Okay, you don't know then if they were comfortable coming back yet or not?
I did not receive the feedback back from the directors.
Okay, that was one of my questions. Another question was cyber school. If at this point, if I as a parent decide I want to send my child to a cyber school, does it have to be Boyertown Cyber School or can they pick where they want them to go?
A parent in the Commonwealth can go to anything outside of our BOL is a parent's choice. We have no connection or relationship to it. There would be nothing we would be involved in or assist them with. That's a separate, they're totally separate schools.
Okay, I didn't know if there was a time frame for us to do that or not.
No, that's up to the enrollment process of the receiving school. If they actually enroll in it, they have to follow the normal process and submit the request for us to transfer records. But there is nothing that we control with withdrawal other than adhering to mandatory compulsory attendance requirements that we would follow if they didn't show up at our school and didn't show up on a roll somewhere else.
Okay. I did hear from parents who have students at the high school who have IEPs, and they said their students through this last 3 months that we had them at school, well, didn't have them at school, that they were on the virtual thing, did better in the brick and mortar than they did on the online. They became failures by doing it online. So there's a concern there from some parents. And I know there's a lot of parents who need to get back to work and need to know whether their children will be at school again. So that's a big issue I've been hearing about. I heard something you said 5th grade's going to be going to middle school. Have we kind of prepared the parents because that's a different starting time? Or were you going to have them start at the same time if they would have been going to elementary school?
We would have had them returning to school at the same time that the 6th graders were. So they would have followed the middle school time schedule. And we were really waiting, to see what direction we're going to go so that, we were informing parents with the proper information as far as what our plan would be.
Okay. And I heard Dr. Bedden say that there's a problem getting some of the supplies that we need. Well, good luck. There's a lot of places out there that can't get them. Some of them even being hospitals, I'm still hearing. And maybe if we contact Governor Wolf and let him know that there's an issue and, you want us to get our schools up and going, we need your help, Governor Wolf. A concern I had was saying about the subs and going from different buildings if we need to use them. Is there a possible way that we can keep the subs specific to a school in case they would get the COVID And that way it would be limited to a school rather than sending them out to all of our schools.
We might not even be able to limit the substitutes just coming to Boyertown. We would be still pulling from a pool where they may be serving other neighboring school districts. So it would really be hard to, dictate unless we had a specific building sub per building.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not good.
It's not good. It's reality, though.
Okay, thank you. I think that's everything then.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hogan, you wanted to get back in?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hemingway. I will be brief. I just wanted to reiterate that the virtual learning that happened in April when we started up, learning after closing the schools is very different. It's a different program completely from the Boyertown online learning. So parents should really not compare the two because they are very different. And I also want to speak just as an advocate for public schools, as a taxpayer, as a board member. I think it's really important that parents are very careful in their decision making. If they plan to send their child back to Boyertown's schools and they enroll a child into cyber, they're diverting funding away from our district, which could be harmful and have impacts on future years. So I want to make sure that parents understand that funding piece, because I think it's going to be critical moving forward. We know with the impacts of COVID and the economy that funding may already, is going to be a challenge. So I just wanted to say that, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that pretty much has everybody. I like to make a few comments myself. I'm going to mirror a lot of what Mr. Brophy had said. I like to take more of an aggressive approach to getting our kids back into the classroom. I would like to see back again all students 5 days a week. I understand that as with the plan that is proposed, that it's going to change some of the units in some of the elementaries, in which case we're going to be, starting to get those numbers in the classroom back up, where you normally would have 5 units. Now you're losing that unit down to 4. I just think it's going to be very disruptive, and I would like to see, a plan that's derived to get things moving again. I'm also going to be honest. I'm not a fan of the mask mandate. I would be willing to explore some other options that we would have with that. I don't know how much clout we have as a school district. I would hope that we would have some say in that matter. That is something, though, that I would like to explore if we have a consensus, to see what other options we possibly would have to at least have a little bit of say in what's going to happen in our classrooms. So I guess if we want to have some kind of direction, my official opinion is I appreciate the effort and the work that was in this plan presented, but I would like to see kids return to school 5 days a week. So with that being said, Dr. Bennett, I'm starting to see that this is, from what I'm hearing, fairly close as far as giving direction. I'm going to ask for your direction as to how we go about taking a survey of this board to proceed so that we're not losing time.
Well, what I've put up on the screen is that those are the 4 models that Department of Ed made available. And those are the 4 choices. Clearly, the 4th choice is more of a red one, so you're really down to 3. What 3 of you all have advocated is the total reopen. Number 1. And I guess your question is, do you have 2 other
Can anybody else see the screen? I can't see your screen.
Oh, it disappeared, sorry. Can you see it now?
I'm seeing the screen.
I can see the screen as well. We're talking about the screen with the options, correct?
Yes.
All right. It must be me. I'll see what I can do here.
I see the screen.
So you've had three people articulate a desire for a total reopen. So if you want us to change direction, is there a consensus between at least 5 people to develop a total reopen?
I'm for a total reopen.
So I'm hearing Roger, sorry, Roger, Mr. Updegrove, Mr. Hemingway, Mr. Brophy, Ms. Nyman, and is there anyone else on this board who would want to see an alternative action?
See, Ms. Devon's hand up. I don't know if the hand is to speak or a hand is to say yes.
Yeah, I'm trying to decipher hands myself.
I see Mrs. Bureau's hand up too.
My hand is just to speak because I don't know if I made my option clear. So I'll.
Okay, Ms. Denon, then please, all yours.
So I am supportive of what the administration has laid out. I just want the board to understand, I guess, if we go for total reopening for all students and staff, then that doesn't mean, Dr. Bedden, that you're not going to put in all of these other safety things. It's just that you're not going to be able to do it in a way that you just mapped out. So it'll be up to the parent whether they want to send their child, because there won't be the social distancing and all that. Is that correct?
I mean, we will continue to as best we can. It may be more challenging because part of us being able to hit social distancing was to create more space within the building. With the reconfiguration, the way we did it, we absolutely were creating more space. So what you will probably get, so the goal will still be the same with a 4 to 6 foot standard for desk. Or we may have to look at another type scheduling model to make it work when they go back and look at the building being able to accommodate that situation. Additionally, you may have an increase in online choices, whether it be online with us or more people choose to, as some say, homeschool or go to cyber.
Yeah. So with that being said, I think I can't vote for the total reopening because I think it's going to drive those parents who want their kids to go to school every day, but they also want them to be safe and to us to follow guidelines. And I don't see that being realistic with total reopening. So I'm for the administration's approach that they laid out.
I have a comment as well when it's my turn.
I thought we were voting.
This is a committee meeting. We can't vote.
I thought we were giving our opinion, yes or no. Excuse me.
Well, I have a comment.
Okay, well, I had my hand up.
Okay, I'll wait. That's fine.
I'm sorry, Ms. Diroff, I again apologize. Just trying to navigate this small screen.
You asked if we wanted to do the 5-day completely open, and my comment is yes. Excuse me, we're not allowed to vote.
Okay, so from what I'm hearing, we do have 5, Dr. Bennon, but I still would like to give Lisa the opportunity to make her comment if that's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Hemingway. I appreciate it. I think, Florida has 11,000 children that have been diagnosed with COVID. We don't know the long-term health effects of this respiratory disease on anyone. I think that to totally reopen 5 days a week is irresponsible I won't vote for it. I think it puts children at risk. I think, you know, I raised my hand and took an oath of office just like everyone, and you are all entitled to your opinions and I respect them. But I have to do what I believe is my duty, and the health and safety of our children is just as important as their education. We don't know the long-term effects of this disease on anyone, much less on children. So I think this is irresponsible and I will not vote for it. Thank you. I appreciate it.
I take offense being called irresponsible, Ms. Hogan. I would like to say in comment to a speaker who had talked earlier, helped me make my decision in regards to what do we feel is important to guide us in our decision making. Is it safety of students or is educating our students? I chose educating our students. I like to see them back in school 5 days a week.
Mr. Hemingway, can I speak?
I'm sorry, Mr. Brophy. Yes, sir.
This is directed at a board member who has just attacked the other board members and called them irresponsible. I believe that's against protocol, and it's at least against anything we should be doing on this board. So I too take great offense to that. We all are entitled to our opinion. We all have looked up. If you look at the Florida numbers, you also see zero to no deaths, or 0 to no children that are that bad. So I've looked up a lot of things. I've looked at a lot of studies, and I've looked at a lot of things going across the board. Being called irresponsible for doing what I believe is correct is very offensive. And if that's the tack we're going to take from this point on, then so be it. That's not the way I want to play this game. But if that's how we want to go forward, I can.
Let me clarify what I'm saying. I'm not calling anybody irresponsible. I'm calling this decision irresponsible. That is my opinion. I am welcome to it. And just for the record, 3 children have died in Florida. Just for the record. And I know that's only 3 out of 11,000, but that is still 3 dead children.
3 with underlying symptoms.
Right.
Yes,
But
I've read
there's
it.
still 3 dead children.
All right, everybody, I'm going to interject. That's enough. We have the consensus of the board has
Mr.
5.
Hemingway, I have my hand up again.
All right, Ms. Nyman, I'm going to, if it's okay with everybody, it is getting late. I'm going to end with Mrs. Nyman because we still have a few more things that we need to go through. So Ms. Nyman, you're up.
Thank you. I do not think I am irresponsible for my decision or for how I feel. I have 3 grandchildren, all of which I am looking out for, as well as all the other children, especially family and friends that I have going to this school. But our children need their education. They are suffering from this past year through no fault of this school, through no fault of our administration, through no fault of our teachers. It was an unfortunate thing that happened. But our children deserve the education that the tax-paying residents are paying for. So I definitely want my grandchildren back there every day, getting the education, getting the great education that this district can give them. Thank you, Mr. Hemingway, for letting me talk.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, I think we are going to move on, Dr. Bennon. Where are we? Superintendent's itemized agenda.
Can you put the agenda up?
Trying to switch screens. Oh,
Thank you.
to go back to the items for the superintendent's itemized agenda, we need to go to items in the policy that were moved over to itemized agenda. So policy items B through I, and we would recommend that the board approve items B through I for first reading and move forward to the June 28th meeting for second reading.
Do we need a motion?
Have a motion.
I'll second the motion as long as we can make additional comments.
Can you make?
Yes, you
motion?
can. It's first reading so that you can share
Okay.
comments prior to the final vote.
Okay,
Right.
just wanted to-
I just want to make sure that we can
Okay.
make additional comments to it.
Okay, fair enough. Just wanted to clarify. So I see a motion, I believe it was from Mr. Updegrove, and a second from Ms. Nyman. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is that now a roll call vote?
Yes.
Mr. Hemingway,
Yes.
Ms. Deeroff,
Yes.
Mrs. Hogan,
Yes.
Mrs. Denon,
Yes.
Mr. Brophy,
Yes.
Ms. Nyman,
Yes.
Mrs. McWhorter,
Yes.
Mr. Updegrove,
Yes.
Mr. Foose.
Yes.
Motion passes 9-0.
Item number 9B is the St. Luke's University Health Network. The requested action is from the presentation that the Board of School Directors approve. And actually that I would actually have to change that. That recommended action should be Board of School Directors approve the administration to move forward with developing a contract for St. Luke's University Network. Given the questions that the board had and concerned, I believe it's prudent that this not be approved, but brought forward for the July 28th meeting if you're satisfied with the terms. So Ms. Kincaid, I would modify that recommended action that this would be that the Board of School Directors approve the administration to move forward with the development of a contract for the St. Luke's University Network as presented, pending legal counsel's review and final board approval at the July 28th voting meeting.
So Dr. Bedden, does this need to be voted on?
It really doesn't have to be since we're bringing it back to the board. Mr. Hemingway?
Yes, sir.
Unless the board wants to take formal action on it, it doesn't really have to be. Because we bring it back as discussed on the 28th. So I can remove this item from the action and table it.
Yeah, I would prefer, since there was a lot of questions and apparent modifications, that we table it for now and review it later.
Okay, they have two hands up, but they can't really speak on it unless there's a motion, and then you can have discussion. So either I'm going to table it administratively, or the two hands, would someone need to make a motion, and then a second, then you have discussion. Because I see Ms. Hogan's hand up, unless it's just a question.
Dr. Bedden, my hand is down. I didn't mean to have it up. Sorry.
Ms. Hogan, is your hand actually?
Oh,
I just lowered it. I
Okay.
apologize.
So then administration will table this item and bring it back at a later date.
Dr. Bedden, do you need to vote on tabling the item?
Yes.
Okay. Are we ready for a roll call vote?
Someone has to make a motion to accept my recommendation to table it.
I'll make a motion.
Oh, my goodness. One at a time. I think I heard.
Sorry. I'll learn to shut up.
Was that Ms. Deeroff made the motion and Roger, or Mr. Updegrove seconded?
Yes.
I think so.
Okay, I'm content with that. Thank you.
And now you can
Okay.
do the vote.
Okay, Mr. Hemingway,
Yes.
Ms. Deeroff,
Yes.
Mrs. Hogan,
Yes.
Ms. Nyman. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Mrs. Denon is next.
Yes.
Mr. Brophy,
Yes.
Ms. Nyman,
Yes.
Mrs. McWhorter,
Yes.
Mr. Updegrove,
Yes.
Mr. Fuß?
Yes.
Passes 9-0 to table this item.
Item 9C is the appointment of the new chief financial officer. The Board of School Directors received information prior to this, and then a meet and greet. With the recent retirement of Ms. Pitts as CFO, the administration would recommend that the Board of School Directors approve the appointment of Ms. Patricia DiNicola to the position of Chief Financial Officer. An employment agreement offering Ms. DiNicola a 3-year term that will begin on September 14th and 2020 and run through June 30th, 2023, an initial salary of $139,375 per year. And the solicitor has already reviewed and developed the agreement that you were that's attached to this document, this agenda item.
Do I have a motion?
McWhorter motion moves.
Hogan seconds.
Okay, first by McWhorter and second by Ms. Hogan. Thank you. Take a vote.
Mr. Hemingway?
Yes.
Ms. Deeroff?
Yes.
Mrs. Hogan?
Yes.
Mrs. Denon?
Yes.
Mr. Brophy?
Yes.
Ms. Nyman?
I will have to vote no since I did not get on the meet and greet and could not get some concerns answered.
Mrs. McWhorter? Oh, I'm sorry.
Just let her know it doesn't change the meet and greet, Mrs. Nyman, but I did respond to your questions, just an FYI.
Yes.
Mr. Updegrove?
Yes.
Mr. Fuß?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-1.
Item number 9D is personnel action items. We have one professional employee resignation. We have appointments for supportive supervisory personnel, 2 people for a new dean of social, emotional, and academic learning. We have the appointment of 2 classified staff. We have the appointment of classified nurses, that we're bringing our nurses back from CREST as listed on the agenda. We have the appointment of 4 people for co-curricular activities. We also have the change in employment status of 2 people. Ms. Cheryl Clinton, that you received information on, is recommended by Mrs. Pitts, and then Mr. Lamar Hayes, who is filling in his position as also interim chief CFO until Ms. DiNicola begins her tenure on September 14th. You have an update for supportive services. Back in June, you approved the appointment of Ms. Rothermel to move from Director of Special Education in the school district to the Dean of Social Emotional Learning to Gilbertsville Elementary School. You have a change in employment status for Christopher Richards from the position of Information Technology Specialist to the position of Information Technology Specialist at the senior high school to Instructional Media Technologist at the senior high school. And you have 2 leave of absences for FMLA, 1 professional staff member and 1 classified member. Administration recommends approval of the personal actions as presented.
Denon moves.
McWhorter seconds.
Would you like to take the vote?
Yes.
Mr. Hemingway?
We must have lost him.
You're on mute, Mr. Hemingway.
I'm sorry, guys. Yes, please.
Ms. Steeroff,
No.
Mrs. Hogan,
Yes.
Mrs. Denon,
Yes.
Mr. Brophy,
Yes.
Ms. Nyman,
No.
Mrs. McWhirter,
Yes.
Mr. Updegrove,
Yes.
Mr. Foos.
Yes.
Motion passes 7-2.
That concludes the superintendent itemized agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Moves us to committee comment.
I hope we got all those in already, right?
That's what I was hoping. I was gonna say, I don't want to not let anybody make a comment, but be mindful of the time, please. So if there's any members that would like to make a comment, I see Mr. Foos's hands up. So let's start with Mr. Foos, please.
Yeah, since we took kind of a straw poll this evening, I feel it necessary to weigh in my strong opposition to what 5 of my colleagues expressed this evening and their willingness to fully reopen the school given the current circumstances. Given my background in biology and my work in a scientific field, I think we've been watching the science play out in front of us, and it's not a pretty process. As we learn new things, stuff gets updated. There's conflicting reports. There's all sorts of scientific papers that are published that have small data sets, and they're being revised and reviewed by peer reviewed. And so much of it changes, as I said earlier, by the week, by the day, by the hour. And I think if we reflect back on where we were in March and what led to the closure of our schools in the first place, talking about a full reopening with the way things are trending, I don't support in any way, shape, or form. I think the scaffolding approach that was described tonight took a lot of thought and consideration and hard work and is the most appropriate path forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other board members? I don't see any hands. If I don't see your hand, just speak up. Okay, well, then we're going to move on to any announcements, please. No announcements? Okay, then I guess that moves us to a motion to adjourn.
I do. Adjourn.
Second.
Okay, that sounds like a motion from Ms. Ooh,
Ms. Nyman motioned. I don't know who seconded.
yeah,
I'll second.
I think Miss McWhirter did actually on the second. My screen went
Correct.
blank. I think this is what we have.
Okay.
Okay, well, thank you, everybody, and have a great night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.